Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our annual Data Forum 2025. My name is Peter Arlett. I head the Data Analytics and Methods Task Force here at the European Medicines Agency. And I'm very pleased on behalf of the European Medicines Regulatory Network to welcome those in the room here at the EMA building in Amsterdam, and also those in the WebEx, as well as people following the live broadcast online. A little bit of housekeeping before we get underway. The workshop is being recorded and, as I mentioned, broadcast live. And by attending this meeting, we understand you consent to the recording and broadcast. By default, all forum attendees are muted, and that's particularly relevant to the WebEx. At the end of each session, we have allocated time for audience discussion. We'll take questions from the in-person audience first. We'll then move to colleagues online in the WebEx. And if you wish to speak, colleagues online, raise your hand. There's an icon in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. When we give you the floor, we'll then unmute you. And when you've spoken, I'd ask you to take your hand back down again. We'll try and give the floor in a way that balances stakeholder groups and respects time constraints, but obviously we can't guarantee that everybody that wants to speak will be able to. It'll depend on the timing. Lastly, we will use Slido, and this gives an opportunity for everybody to ask questions, including those who are not in the WebEx but following online. The Slido is open, and you can find instructions on how to access it. They'll be both on the screen, but also if you look on the web page at the agenda that's on the web page, you'll find QR codes to get you into the Slidos. Finally, the Slido polls will be opened at the beginning of each session, and we'd ask you to submit questions relevant to the topics currently being discussed. So try and keep it relevant to the individual sessions. And then we'll close the Slido after each session. So with that, with the housekeeping done, it's my pleasure to let you know that we have some opening remarks from EMA Cook. EMA Cook is traveling today and has pre-recorded her remarks, and I'd like to ask if we can then show them on the screen. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. It is my great pleasure to open this multi-stakeholder forum on data. I would like to thank you all for your participation and express my appreciation for your continued collaboration on our journey to data-driven medicines regulation. So what do we mean by data-driven medicines regulation? Well, we're at a turning point at the moment. Until now, we have worked with information provided in documents by medicines developers. We're now moving towards a new way of working using data from many sources: clinical trials, real-world databases, manufacturing and quality systems, and even non-clinical studies. We're also integrating advanced analytics and AI into our processes and decisions. Every year we move forward together. We learn, we improve, and we collaborate towards our vision, a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines. Today's event is important, and this year the work of the Network Data Steering Group is taking center stage. This steering group has now additional responsibilities on data governance and data interoperability. These two key pillars enable the use of data to allow better processes, reliable AI, and smarter decision-making. We have solid foundations and have launched critical initiatives. Let me share with you a few examples where we are already seeing results. Darwin EU celebrated its 3rd anniversary in 2025. With 100 studies initiated, Darwin is delivering more studies and onboarding more data partners every year. The pilot on the analysis of individual patient data from clinical trials has been a success and has now been extended in preparation of the implementation of the new pharmaceutical legislation. We're moving closer to a single source of product master data. These are just a few examples. You will hear of many more during the meeting today. Looking at the bigger picture, I need to mention the European Medicines Agency's network strategy to 2028. The strategy clearly outlines that data, digitalization, and artificial intelligence are key priorities for the network. The work of the Network Data Steering Group is directly helping us to deliver and implement this strategy and to prepare us for the future. This forum is your opportunity to engage with regulators and stakeholders from across Europe and to share progress and insights for the use of data in medicines regulation. Today, we want to take stock of achievements, but also to look ahead. And we are privileged to have two keynote speeches to open and close this event to inspire us and broaden our perspectives. One of these is on the role of patient data in regulatory decision-making, and the second is on the future of healthcare and AI. I encourage you all to use this meeting as an opportunity to provide your views, share reflections, and seek clarifications on the network's activities in this area. I'd like to thank all the members of the Network Data Steering Group and all colleagues in the European Medicines Agencies Network for their support and contributions. Thank you all again for engaging in this important event, and I wish you a very productive day.
So a little taster of what's to come. I would now like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Mencia Dilemas is a patient representative who's worked on the inclusion of the patient voice in drug assessment processes for over a decade. For the past 3 years, she's been a member of the Committee on Advanced Therapies at the European Medicines Agency, representing patients. Her focus is on rare diseases, where she assesses clinical trials and real-world evidence to ensure that data is captured, that's captured is meaningful to patients. Mencia has an interest in registries and databases capturing data in a way that's patient-relevant and fit for regulatory decision. Prior to her engagement with the European Medicines Agency, Mencia was the president of SMA Europe, an umbrella organization representing 30 national patient organizations across Europe. As such, she's ensured the inclusion of the patient voice on decisions concerning the development, approval, and access to disease-modifying therapies. So, Mencia, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today. From insight to evidence, strengthening the role of patient data in regulatory decision-making. Over to you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for inviting me, but more importantly, thank you for giving the floor to patients in this important event and to give us the opportunity to put to you our concerns, our expectations, and our suggestions for the future of the use of our data. I'm going to do my presentation today using the experience of the SMA community and the evolution of the data that we had and that we used and that we had to have on the process that we have lived in the recent years from not having any treatment for our disease to having 3 approved treatments for SMA and some clinical trials on their way. So just to give some context, SMA, spinal muscular atrophy, is a rare neuromuscular life-threatening disease. It basically consists of one missing gene, and people living with SMA have a backup gene that codifies incorrectly a protein. So the manifestations are in a very wide range, all of them very severely disabling. And they cause muscle weakness. So you lose function of your legs, lose capacity to walk, you lose function of your arms and hands, so capacity to use a computer, to self-feed yourself or to take care of your own hygiene. You lose the strength of your intercostal muscles, so breathing is also compromised, bulbar function, so swallowing, etc. The disease is progressive, and as I say, it has different spectrum manifestations. We have a biomarker that has a severity predictor, but it's an imperfect one. And historically, the data collection was done by a bunch of doctors that were interested on this rare disease, and the data that they would collect had the intention of being able to classify the patients and predict how they would evolve and to register how decline would occur. So not because it was wrong, but because it was not the intention. This data collection had not in mind regulatory purposes or patient preferences whatsoever. And of course, a standard of care of the disease were very linked to this progressiveness. So the benefit burden balance was very taking into account this fact. Why am I putting all of this into stage? Because all of that is what then shaped the clinical trials and the selection of data that would happen afterwards. So basically, before any DMTs, there were genetic registries that had incidence information, and more or less that was about it, because geneticists were not in contact with, were not treating doctors, so they were not in direct contact with patients. So in these registries, we didn't even know if patients were alive or not. And then the natural history, as I said, it served for clinical purposes. And unfortunately, there were big gaps, such as underrepresentation of groups, because as it was a disease that little could be done about it, people would stop going to the doctors. So doctors could not capture data. So there was hardly any information, for instance, on the adult population. Then the clinical trials erupted, and it was a bit of a shock for the patient community, especially. We suddenly saw that we were under focus, that there was a lot of data needed from us, and we really didn't know very well how to react. So the first thing that we did was to set up registries to facilitate recruitment for clinical trials. We wanted clinical trials to happen. There were not many of us, so these were where the main efforts happened. So how were clinical trials designed then for SMA? They were completely conditioned by all these contexts that I was telling you about. The fact of being a rare disease, of course, and the urgent unmet need made trials have a shape that they were small, they were short in time, and the tools that were used to measure efficacy were the ones that were used to measure this inevitable decline and to classify the disease. So tools that were by no means designed to capture an effect of the treatment. There was the whole patient community willing to enroll on clinical trials. So because also the nature of this fast and short, the best people that could show effect as soon as possible were the ones that were enrolled on these first trials. And there were some efforts to include patient-reported outcomes. There were some quality of life tools used, but these were not always validated for SMA specifically. So, however, I mean, they were validated, so regulators felt more comfortable with using them. So with all this, we had 3 DMTs approved. The first one in 2017, then a gene therapy on 2020, and the third one on 2021. And I wanted to show some of the examples that of inputting with patient data into all of these drug development and approval procedure. We did a huge effort. The regulator did a significant effort as well, and we were able to recollect some evidence on the patient needs, the patient's expectations, what was relevant to patients, and put it across in this regulatory procedures. So, for instance, on the orphan drug designations, we patients were able to express our opinion on the significant benefit that a certain drug would give to us. For instance, we were able to show some numbers on the groups that were not able to receive the first treatment developed for SMA because it was a lumbar puncture delivery, and SMA has severe scoliosis very frequently, and spinal fusion has to be made. So there was a part of the population that could just not get the lumbar puncture. By putting this across, it showed the need for other treatments, despite the fact of having already a disease-modifying one. We were also able to express the situation that was not being shown with the existing tools, that it was different to be able to raise, for instance, your hand to your head once than 20 times, because that would make the difference about being able to have function to comb or to brush your teeth or to put some makeup. That was not being captured with the tools that were developed before DNTs. We also inputted into protocol and scientific advices expressing our patient preferences and the burden of living with the disease, also shaping the protocols expressing how something would be not recommended because it would be too burdensome for patients. And definitely on the marketing authorization assessment procedures, we also had a say. For instance, we were able to show data expressing how the biomarker that we had would be wrong to be used as an entry criteria to treatments, because it would be leaving very important, a percentage of patients that would very well benefit from treatments. Another tool that we used were surveys to be able to express aspects of the disease that had not been covered by clinical trials. So, for instance, adult population that had been living for many years with the disease, they would benefit from a stabilization. They would not be showing the same results as the population under trials, but still 97% of the people that answered this survey felt that it would be a good or very good outcome of a medicine to stabilize their disease. So these efforts that we have had to make in a very short period of time to make sure that there was enough data to take decisions that were based on our needs. Just to give some examples, patients promoted creation of registries to generate real-world evidence. We developed and validated, with the help of clinicians, of course, patient-relevant outcomes. We were able to establish what were the minimal significant gains in the different patient subgroups. So adults are not the same as babies, and walkers are not the same as people that are on ventilators. We were also able to tie the results of measurement tools to everyday life gains, and we were able to express our expectations. So what do we have now in the post-marketing authorization era? We have a need and an interest to capture security and efficacy of the treatments that are approved. We are capturing absolutely brand new data on the new phenotypes and the new trajectories that are resulting as a consequence of having drugs for SMA. And we're making an important effort to capture what is relevant to patients about their disease and about the effects of a drug on them. So the evolution has been phenomenal from when there was no drugs till today. However, there are still some hurdles and there are still some room for improvement that I want to put today on top of a table, because I think that the audience today is the right people to address them. So first of all, it's about the fitness for purpose of the data that is being, it has been and is being collected for SMA. I have led the creation of a patient registry and the development of different prompts. However, I don't think I have ever been spontaneously approached by a regulator to entertain a dialogue and express, we're going to be needing this and this data. And however, the quality and the completeness of your data, if you're not collecting these other items, we would not be able to use them. So I don't think we can leave to serendipity that the data that's being collected by a registry and the data that's needed by regulators just fit. So there is I think that there is some work that could be done in that regard. Secondly, it's about trust. So we can have the best of the registries, the best of the patient data, and the best of policies intended to use data for regulatory purposes. But it was like some 1.5 years ago, I think many of you attended a workshop on registries, in which the results of a survey were presented around the trust that different stakeholder groups had on patient registries. And unfortunately, the group that trusted less this data were the regulators. So we just have to acknowledge it. It is true that regulators are used to work with their golden standard. They like their randomized controlled trials, but they are not always showing the perfect data, and they're definitely not showing what's happening in the real world, and definitely has gaps when we talk about rare diseases. So how do we do to build a trust around our data? And then finally, reflecting a lot about what's the ultimate objective of using patient data. I mean, I think that we all agree that it is to truly make sure that we are addressing patient needs. However, I have 2 children living with SMA. They participated on clinical trials. They are now receiving a drug for SMA. But today, I don't know if they are receiving the drug that's best for them. And I'm not sure if we're going to be knowing that soon, because there's not that big effort to push this type of information around. I don't know if my children, with the drug that they are receiving enough protein for the disease to be completely stopped. Does no one want to go back to that and try to find out? Because it would definitely benefit patients. And now some words on the other side, using my other hat, in which I have collaborated on many efforts done by the EMA to make sure that the data, real-world evidence is increasingly being used. So I have witnessed, and I have contributed, and I have benefited for many efforts, starting from Darwin, but also the reflection paper on patient experience data that is now open for consultation until January, the elaboration of guides, reports, multi-stakeholder meetings, the qualification of registries. There is a lot that's being done. So how do we do to match these efforts that are being done at more, maybe at political and at collective effort than on reality, to have on every occasion, on every dossier, the adequate data use? So I definitely think that we need early and sustained engagement from between the registry holders and the regulators. I think that it is important that we don't lower the level of ambition, or that we establish ambitious goals and you maintain them on the use of data. Data is very powerful and can answer many questions. You just have to want to ask them. Technologies are there and are very useful to reduce burden in a very broad extension of the word burden. There are technologies that can be transformed into wearables, and then you will be collecting data without having to burden the patient. But then the use of big data and artificial intelligence could help to shorten timeframes and could help to clear many incognitas. And then finally, it's really a kind request. Take bold steps towards the use of patient input. If we want to build trust, the more exposed every regulator, every assessor is to data, the better acquainted they will be with it. And then trust comes with having contact. So if we force a little bit that contact, if we systematize it and make sure that it's happening at every dossier, I am sure that we could take steps towards increasing the trust. that was all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So engagement, ambitious goals for data use, technology to reduce burden, and bold steps towards patient representation. I think those messages are clear and they resonate. So thank you very much, Mencia. To everyone in the room, we do have a couple of minutes before we move to the next session. If anybody has a reflection or a comment or even a question, I'm sure Mencia would be happy to take a question. It's not every day we get a patient representative with so much experience as a patient representative, as a mother, but also as a regulator, as a member of the Advanced Therapy Committee. Flora, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, the room kind of feels the emotion and everything that you're transmitting during your presentation. Thank you for that. This is very well. And you know, I'm happy to have heard actually your perspective as from the patient side. I just want to share the fact that during scientific advices discussion meeting or even procedure, it happened that we invite a patient representative, and these are kind of meeting, but you know, where we have industry that is developing a drug, and we are requested to provide some advices on their future plans, and this perspective related to drug administration and all the actual patient experience are incredibly helpful. And we really value them during the discussion. This was just my statement for you, maybe also to transmit on the other side that really when you're invited in the process of some of the regulatory procedure like the scientific advices, your voice is heard. This is first thing. And second, I know that in this kind of meeting, sometimes there are aspects that you're lost. I mean, this is the case for all of us. When the biostatistician starts to discuss, you just can hear and sit there till they ask you to say some word. And I know that it can be heavy sometimes for you to engage in some of the regulatory procedure, but it is incredibly helpful and useful to have your voice. And yes, thank you very much for being here. That's my point.
Thanks, Flora. So from a regulator, well, I should say another regulator, Mencia, because you wear different hats, just recognition of the important role, the critical role in the patient experience and the patient voice. Any other comments or questions? Please, Jorg.
Yeah, thanks for this impressive presentation. And we had a bit of a conversation before the meeting. This is an area where we now have different treatment options, and it's also an area where regulators may, for specific age groups, even accept single-arm trials. But I fully agree that this does not answer the relevant questions patients have. Which treatment is best for me? And I think we need to invest thoughts how to fill this gap in the future. And exactly this is part of discussions at Scientific Advice Working Party. Thanks.
Thanks, Jorg. So, Mencia, thank you very much. If I was maybe going to give a personal remark, it's on the value of patient registries. You talked about bridging, if you like, between regulatory needs and expectations and what is being collected by either the patient community or healthcare professional community. My personal view is we could do and should do so much more to ensure that those collecting data from patients, particularly patient groups and healthcare professional groups, understand the regulatory needs so that they can maximize the impact of the data collected. And I think we should do more over 26, 27, 28 and beyond. So thank you for highlighting that point in particular. So, colleagues, we're going to move on now to session one. It's my great pleasure to introduce the co-chairs. Maybe just to explain, unfortunately, at last minute, Professor Karl Broich, president of BfArM, is not co-chairing today. So sometimes on the original agenda, it says Karl Broich. You'll find a bald man sort of stepping in as if I could step in for the head of BfArM. So don't be surprised if I pop up a few times unexpectedly. For the first session, we have Konstantina Boumaki and Melanie Carr. Maybe just a couple of words of introduction to our co-chairs. So Konstantina Boumaki is a medical doctor and patient advocate, having lived with type 1 diabetes since 2005. She currently serves as a board member of the European Patients Forum and is a member of the Network Data Steering Group, serving as the main patient representative. Moving to Melanie Carr. Melanie Carr is head of Stakeholders and Communication Division and a member of the Executive Board of the European Medicines Agency. She joined EMA in '96 and has held various roles. In her current role, she's responsible for stakeholder relations management, communication, and crisis management. So it's a great pleasure to hand over to Konstantina and Melanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 1. We will discuss about transformation to a data-driven regulatory system from plan to practice. I am very happy to co-chair this session together with Melanie. And the European Medicine Regulatory Network has made strong steps this year to make better use of regulatory and health data. Guided by the NDSG work plan, we are now moving from strategy to real implementation, strengthening evidence generation, improving how we use data across the network, and preparing for the future with new tools, new skills, and new ways of working together. As we heard in the previous keynote speech, and as a patient myself, it is encouraging to see how this work is helping create a more transparent, data-driven system that ultimately supports better decisions for the people who rely on these medicines. But we're not there yet, so we need to hear the patients, and we need to advocate more. In these sessions, we will look at some of the key progress made so far and what this means for the years ahead. I want to remind everyone to open the Slido poll to submit your questions throughout the session, and we will ask the panelists at the end. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce our first presentation to the man that needs no introduction, Peter, again. And he will present about the progress for a data-driven regulatory system, NDSG work plan highlights from 2025 and looking forward. Peter.
So thanks very much. This is one of those moments when you were expecting Carl Broich and you get Peter Arlett, but hold on tight. A great pleasure as the co-chair of the Network Data Steering Group with Carl Broich to present to you some highlights from the last year and a little look forward in the concluding slide. So maybe just to start with the European Medicines Agency's Network to 2028. If you like, this is our guide on across the different areas of medicines regulation. It's a forward-looking, streamlined strategy to guide the regulatory network as we seize the opportunities and meet the challenges of the future. It includes responding to changes in the regulatory and technological landscape, preparing for public health emergencies and responding to threats such as antimicrobial resistance, and addressing new trends and developments in artificial intelligence, innovation, competitiveness, and the growing importance of collaboration with international partners. We have the 6 strategic focus areas, and I just highlight theme 2, leveraging data, digitalization, and AI, which is particularly the focus of our work today and our work within the Network Data Steering Group. The Network Data Steering Group was established by the heads of Medicines Agency and the European Medicines Agency at the end of 2024, and we kicked off our work in January 2025, so 11 months ago. From the start, we defined a clear vision, and our vision is trusted medicines by unlocking the value of data. And I would hope that many in the room can stand by and support that as a vision. The purpose of the Network Data Steering Group is to optimize how data are used and managed in regulatory processes and decision-making. This helps to ensure that safe, effective, and high-quality medicines reach patients faster. The group brings together multidisciplinary expertise and diverse perspectives from patients, partners, and stakeholders across Europe. The Network Data Steering Group is guided by a multi-annual work plan, which covers both human and veterinary domains and is reviewed and updated every year. Today's annual forum is an opportunity for you to contribute to the next update of the work plan, because in the first quarter next year, we will be making significant review and amendment, potentially introducing new topics, revising others. So please do take the opportunity today to make your voice heard. I just want to focus on a few achievements in the first 11 months of the Network Data Steering Group, maybe to start with the first European Medicines Regulatory Network data strategy. We'd never had a data strategy before, and this sets the foundation. It defines a clear approach to ensuring the network's data assets covering human and veterinary domains are well governed, meet high quality standards, are interoperable, and deliver value for stakeholders. You're going to hear more about this in session 3 this afternoon. EMA Cook, in her introductory remarks, mentioned Darwin EU, and I think it's appropriate to highlight Darwin EU as one of the success stories of our recent work on data transformation. Darwin EU is a key enabler for transferring real-world data into actionable evidence for regulatory decision-making. So far, more than 100 studies have been initiated. We have 31 data partners in 16 EU countries, and we have enabled access to more than 180 million patients' records. Impactful studies are amongst these 100 initiated, and we just mentioned in the yellow boxes on the right of the screen a few, and I won't go into the details, but an important study on non-small cell lung cancer treatments, particularly comparing immunotherapy to traditional chemotherapy. Respiratory syncytial virus disease epidemiology to understand the disease burden in different patient populations, and particularly highlighting the need in patients aged 50 to 59. And then work on juvenile polymyositis and juvenile dermatomyositis, looking at the disease natural history in the pediatric population to guide drug development in children. All studies are recorded in the public HMA EMA catalogue of real-world data studies and sources, and I'd like to highlight this as a resource too. If you Google real-world data catalogue, or perhaps with EMA, it'll come up as one of your first returns. The catalogues contain over 3,000 studies, nearly 300 data sources, and work is ongoing to upgrade the data source catalogue for veterinary data, and we hope to release that in 2026. We believe the catalogues are a key resource in findability or discoverability of data, and also transparency and sharing of knowledge on observational research. I want to highlight an important focus of our work over the last year or two in terms of harnessing genetic data in medicines regulation. About a year ago, we had a pharmacogenomics workshop here in this same room, and we brought together different stakeholders, including representatives of healthcare systems, and that resulted in 11 recommendations that cover regulatory aspects, national healthcare system uptake of pharmacogenomics, use of real-world data, as well as how to maximize the impact of EU research funding in this area. In order to increase the impact of these recommendations, we recently published a paper in Nature Review's Drug Discovery, and you can see an image of that on the slide. Moving now to artificial intelligence, we recently had a successful and very well attended, many thousands of people joining online AI workshop. It was back in November. And this, I think, showed that we've really moved from talking about AI to actually applying it and benefiting from it. The workshop gave many insights and details, but there's a few key AI milestones that I'd like to highlight today. Within the European Medicines Regulatory Network, we have progressed on AI use cases, so identifying different use cases and their prioritization, and we're now working on a delivery plan for implementation. We are planning has started for a network-wide AI literacy initiative, and in the first quarter next year, training modules will be rolled out through the EU Network Training Centre, so that we have a high level of AI literacy across all staff working in medicines regulation, as well as dedicated high levels of expertise for specific staff involved in giving advice to industry. We have finalized, in fact, yesterday adopted at the Network Data Steering Group, a AI tools framework to support the responsible sharing and collaboration of AI tools developed by different partners within the European regulatory network. We've published an AI observatory report that details the network's experience with artificial intelligence. We've launched a public consultation on AI research priorities. And in fact, we would anticipate in the next month or two to make public the top research questions that have come out of that public consultation. To stimulate interest from funding organizations and research groups to try and address some of these research questions. And finally, there's ongoing collaboration internationally, and particularly with the US Food and Drug Administration on AI principles and AI terminology. And I would say watch this space. We'll hope to release some AI principles soon. Moving now to master data interoperability. We have some dedicated discussions later on today, but earlier this year, we delivered key recommendations for harmonizing the implementation and use of product master data for human medicines. We believe this lays the foundation for a shared EU-wide repository of medicinal product information. In terms of collaboration, we have put a lot of effort in the data field into collaborating with patients and stakeholders, and we believe it's at the core of what we do. I just want to highlight 5 key workshops that we've delivered this year. In total, we've attracted more than 5,000 participants, and I think this shows the scale and commitment of both the regulatory network, but also the stakeholder community in advancing the use of data and AI to get to enable a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines. In May, we had a workshop on product master data. To enhance awareness and insights on what master data can mean in terms of bringing stakeholders benefits. In October, we had a really very impactful workshop on reporting and qualification of mechanistic models for regulatory assessment. And then we've had a very busy November with a workshop on external controls, a workshop on adverse drug reaction reporting data, and our workshop on artificial intelligence. Moving to expert guidelines to support evidence generation and decision-making, we are guided here by the Methodology Working Party's 3-year rolling work plan. This was published in February 2025. It's underpinned by a specialist expert community, which has more than 200 experts from 21 European countries, and that strengthens the Methodology Working Party in terms of expertise and both capability and capacity for expert advice. There are a couple of examples of guidances just to highlight that in the data domain. Firstly, the reflection paper on the use of real-world data in non-interventional studies, and most recently, the launch of a public consultation on patient experience data, a reflection paper on patient experience data launched in September. We've also had examples of international collaboration on guidance, so the ICH M14 guideline on real-world data studies for safety monitoring, the ICH M11 clinical studies protocol template, so a structured approach to clinical trial protocols, and a public consultation earlier this year, so-called ICH M15, on general principles for model-informed drug development. So very nearly finished, chairs. A quick glimpse to the future. Looking ahead, there are major changes shaping the medicines regulatory landscape in Europe. First, we have legislative reforms. We are anticipating in the days to come new pharmaceutical legislation, which should enable a simplified and more integrated regulatory system, easier to navigate for developers, also aiming to make Europe more competitive and more attractive in a global environment. We have the European Health Data Space to enable secure data sharing across borders, and the AI Act setting clear rules for the responsible use of artificial intelligence. You'll hear more on all of these in the next session on key opportunities and benefits. Secondly, we're going to be implementing the European Medicines Regulatory Network Strategy to 2028, driving innovation and collaboration across the network. And finally, as I mentioned before, we have the work plan, which we'll be revising in the first quarter next year. So please do make your voice heard today, because today is one of the key inputs into that planning. Collaboration is key. So today is your opportunity to engage with this forum and have your say. Again, I encourage your active participation. Please share your input, your insights and your ideas and help shape the next chapter together. Your collaboration and contributions are a key success factor, and everything we do is essential to ensure we deliver the best outcomes for patients. So with that, chairs, I thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I mean, it's impressive to see the achievements in just under a year from the Network Data Steering Group. So congratulations. I mean, from publication of the strategy, work on Darwin EU, leveraging AI, master data, collaboration, lots of workshops. And I think that's really a taste of what's to come. So really very exciting, looking forwards to the next 12 months. You said, Peter, collaboration is key. So I think what we're going to do, rather than pause here for questions, we're going to go directly into our panel discussion. And then if you have any questions for Peter, please do hold them till we open the floor for questions. Just a reminder, while I introduce the panel, we do have a Slido poll. Also, those following the live broadcast can enter questions. And the code is currently visible on the screen with the passcode. So turning to the panel, it's a great pleasure, and we're calling this a fireside chat. So over here on the left-hand side of the room, you have to imagine a fire pit here in the centre as we have a talk and bring in our stakeholder representatives. So starting off with Jörg Zinserling, who's representing regulators. Jörg is a senior assessor and deputy head of unit for biostatistics and special pharmacokinetics at the BfArM in Germany. He's a member of the Scientific Advice Working Party and the Methodology Working Party of CHMP at EMA. Welcome, Jörg. Next to Jörg is Alva Spooner. Alva is representing industry. She is Global Regulatory Policy Topic Lead for Real-World Evidence, as well as patient-focused drug development and pharmacovigilance, and European Regulatory Policy Topic Lead for Digital Health at AbbVie. She also has many hats at FPR. She's Vice Chair of the Integrated Evidence Generation and Use Working Group, a member of the Digital Health Working Group, and industry observer on EMA's Darwin EU Advisory Board. So welcome to you, Alva. Next to Alva, and representing healthcare professionals, we have Vasilios Sakalis. He's a consultant urologist and neurourologist at the Hippocratean Hospital of Thessaloniki. I should have had you say that, Konstantina. He serves on the European Association of Urology Guidelines panel, contributes to international prostate cancer research, and holds expert advisory roles on medical devices at EMA. So thank you and welcome, Vasilios. Representing vets, all importantly, is Rico Slingerland. Rico is CMDV member for Netherlands, so working at the Medicines Evaluation Board. He has over 15 years of experience in the veterinary medicines registration. He's currently CMDV representative within the Network Data Steering Group. So welcome to you, Rico. And we also have two panelists online. So welcome, Nicholas. If you could just turn your camera on and give us a wave. Nicholas Hedberg is the chief pharmacist at the Dental and Pharmaceutical Benefits Agency, the TLV in Sweden. He's the HTA Regulation Coordination Group co-chair for medicinal products and has been working in HTA and pricing reimbursement since 2001. Welcome, Nicholas, and thank you for joining online. And then finally, but by no means least, we have Ricard Martinez, representing academia. Hello, Ricard. He's a lecturer in constitutional law and a director of the Microsoft UV Chair of Privacy and Digital Transformation at the University of Valencia. He's a data protection expert specializing in healthcare research and biomedical innovation. So thank you for joining us, Ricard. Okay, now the focus of our panel is from plan to practice. So we've heard from Peter what's been achieved by the NDSG so far. We have a lot of experience, we have some learnings and priorities. And we want to hear from the stakeholders. The first question, based on your experience in this fast-changing environment, what would you say is your most important learning so far? And perhaps we start with you, Jörg.
Yeah, thanks. I try to provide my subjective personal view. And as a methodologist, I have selected 3 areas where I think we have important learnings, and we heard about opportunities by Peter. My first topic selected is we have impressive Darwin EU learnings, and we are moving towards the European health data space. A common theme that comes up in regulatory discussions is still how to keep a bias to a minimum when doing real-world data analysis and real-world evidence generation. And this is to be addressed in the future, also concerning uncertainty quantification. This is a real hot topic, and I think we need to think about if we want to replace data in the first place or improve our assessments from the beginning. The second topic I would want to highlight is the new opportunities we may get with the new pharma legislation and the potential to have clinical raw data submitted by applicants. This will enable many new opportunities for regulators. So what we need to think about is that we need a plan how to use these data. And this is a process that starts right now. The third topic, and I think it's not the least important, we have, of course, new artificial intelligence tools. There are impressive options, and we just talked yesterday about a new roadmap for that. We will have knowledge mining applications, validation of documents, potentially summary drafts. Very impressive opportunities, but also quite disturbing false responses by generative AI models. And we need to maneuver with these tools. And this may be, I think you didn't mention the second question. Is this coming later, or should we answer now? So I stop here.
Just to start with the learnings to start with.
Okay, I restrict myself to the learnings, and the answer to the second question will come later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jorgen, and thank you for being so succinct. I know time is quite tight, so some great, and also nice to also signpost NPL on the horizon as well as something which is a big opportunity. Okay, maybe we move on to Alva. What's your views on lessons so far? Thank you.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to join this discussion. And I really want to start by commending the EMA and the broader European regulatory network. You know, in that presentation this morning, we really see remarkable progress, particularly around real world evidence through Darwin EU. I remember a time when we used to look with envy at Sentinel, and look what you've established now within the European ecosystem. So really important progress there. Also, I think it's worth calling out strong leadership on data and AI. I think the EU regulatory network has the opportunity now to be the exemplar around transparency and engagement around AI regulatory policy. I think you can lead globally in showing how it should be done. And looking forward to clinical trial reforms like ACT-EU, I think it's really great to see leadership from the network to here today, because I think what we all see is there needs to be an integrated lens here on moving towards data-driven regulation. There are multiple levers that need to be activated, whether it's around real-world data, clinical trial, environment, patient experience data, AI. So it's really encouraging to see it being viewed through a framework lens. I think today's presentation shows, you know, the achievements today provide a really solid foundation now for data-driven regulatory systems that will serve patients, health professionals, and all stakeholders. having previously worked within the regulatory system and now seeing innovation up close in the industry at AbbVie, my key learning is how essential partnership and integrated approaches are. And I'd like to build on an example that you shared, Mencia. I thought the discussion around feasibility assessments for Darwin EU has really allowed for, open dialogue across a whole range of stakeholders, regulators, data partners, patients, clinicians, and developers around, what needs to be optimized in terms of data quality, in terms of connecting, data sources, data linkage in Europe to really untap that potential around use of healthcare data. So it's one example, I think, where the Darwin EU initiative is contributing to a dialogue that will have value for the broader healthcare data infrastructure in Europe. In terms of the challenges, the clinical trial data, the clinical trial and data environment are both evolving fast. And the challenge for us is that sustainable progress depends on clear, predictable regulatory guidance. And it's difficult in an area where we're seeing rapid evolution for guidance to keep pace with innovation. I will call out the work, particularly in real world evidence at ICH. I think the work M14 that Peter mentioned, and also European leadership around ICH 23 is really encouraging. But to avoid a default to legacy approaches, having guidance ideally that's aligned globally is really important. I think in Mencia's presentation, in the introductory presentation this morning, there was an acknowledgement of the increasing demand for patient experience data. And I think that's causing us all to think very carefully around how we enhance evidence generation, our clinical outcome assessment strategies, and how we have those internal linkages early to build in those patient perspectives. The last thing I'll say is, with GPL, or NPL as you call it in this building trialogues at a crucial point, I do think it's critical to recognise that the wider European operating environment and EU competitiveness matter greatly if we want to keep clinical trials and the benefits of innovation in Europe. So to realise the goal of data-driven regulation, we really need to have those policy levers moving in the same direction as we all work together to see Europe's regulatory system, not being just world class, but world leading and integrated across real world evidence, digital, AI, and clinical reform. So really looking forward to the discussion today as we move forward.
Yeah, thanks very much, Alba, and some positive learnings there. I think I heard a call for clear guidance that is hopefully harmonised at international level, and also I like this notion of an integrated lens. So very nice to hear that. Thank you. Okay, then we move on. Vasilios, please.
Hello, good morning from my side. Thank you very much for having me here today. Actually, I would like to start and to put on this question based on the last slide that Peter has kindly shared with us, is collaboration. Collaboration is the key, and this is what we faced with all the projects that we've run so far in European Association of Urologists. From one side, you have the fast-changing technology, who have real-world evidence pipelines, who have federated e-learnings, but this alone means nothing. We need data to collaborate with that. And what we found is that we need meaningful data. And not only meaningful data is the only way to have some meaningful and clinical relevant results. And this is the fact. And the other thing, another force that needs to be taken very seriously aware is the organizational. So we need proper organizational support that is transparent, that is sustainable, and there is some funding that can hold that together. So if we have from one side a good data, if we have from the other side the people who are behind AI, and if we have a proper organizational structure, then these balanced forces can bring a very good results.
Thank you very much, Vasilios. It's very clear indeed. I mean, meaningful data, I mean, that really has to be emphasized, and also the importance of a good infrastructure. Thank you very much. Okay, then we move on. So please, over to you, Rico, from the veterinary perspective.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving the opportunity to also demonstrate some about the veterinary domain. As most of us here are human, at least the domain of the medicines we work on, I'd like to shortly introduce the veterinary field because it's completely different from what you're probably used to. For instance, we don't have patient organizations where pet animals are seen as family. For farm animals, the costs of medicines must be very low, so we have only very little resources. And one of the slogans we use is keep it pragmatic, and that is very important. I want to tell a short story. My mother rang while I was preparing for this meeting. She's 74, still working on healthcare, human healthcare. And she told me that she had something new. Instead of writing a report after visiting a patient, she just talked to her phone and the phone recorded it. So I congratulated her on this new software, this advanced software. And she laughed and said, you always with your AI and stuff, this is just my phone. And I think this is very easily connected to some of the conclusions we made yesterday about working data-driven, but more important, work use case driven. And to my understanding, in the veterinary domain, we are doing that quite strongly. Although the field is much smaller, we managed to have high outcome on little investments and doing this by a pragmatic approach. We have a fantastic data set on the veterinary medicinal products, and this data set is caused by legislation, but managed only by NCAs. So the amount of deviations is only very little. It is being constantly improved by EMA's data quality framework, which is something I think we are a bit advanced to the human field. The data quality framework is checking 4 million data fields every time. So also by keeping a low amount of standards and formats we agreed on makes it easy to understand each other and the data that we are sending and sharing. So this data is also communicated in a very structured way by the FIRE message for easy and fast exchange. And so we complement the goals of the regulation 2019-006, meaning lower burdens, lower costs, but higher availability, etc. Also, this data from this UPD, this Union Product Database, is being reused, which is very important for consuming systems like the ASU, the antimicrobial sales and use, and of course, pharmacovigilance. Also, we have a very strong community and a very pragmatic way, meeting every week with over 30 participants of professional users of those systems, just coming together and sharing experiences in a way that is very pragmatic. But moving to the bigger things, although the European health data space is only human, also on the veterinary side, we start accumulating data, and data governance becomes more and more important. When we look at big data and AI, we see great expectations for the human field, like reducing time to market. But on the veterinary domain, I think we're a little bit behind. We're more like using Copilot for notes. So we're far from mature in that field. However, as we learn, you don't always need a Ferrari to solve a problem that can be solved by a bicycle. So looking forward, I think the vet world isn't shaking, but advancing steadily. And using UPD data with insights in data quality, by the data quality framework, we have a highly valuable set and use it in consuming systems like the EVVet to solve concrete data questions. Then we look at the real world data and the real world evidence. We noticed that Wageningen University is upcoming and collecting data sources. If you're in doubt where to send your son or daughter, I can really recommend the Wageningen University, by the way. It's collecting data sources for a single vet catalog. This data reused could save animals, but how can we convince the holders of exclusive data? That's the question for the future, I think. But I think it's in the same way it was as convincing my mother, just providing a solution to an existing problem and not just a fancy gadget. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rico, and also for highlighting some of the things that are going on in the veterinary sector. I very much like the analogy of the bicycle, and certainly in Amsterdam, I think you go further on a bicycle and faster than you would in a Ferrari. So it's a great choice. Okay, so just turning online. So I would now like to turn to Nicholas. Nicholas, would you like to share some insights onto what you see as learning so far?
Yes, thank you, Madeleine, and thank you for inviting me. And apologies for not being there on site, but a great start of this forum, and also a great start of the work in the group. Of course, so congratulations to EMA and the whole steering group. Being a bit at the end of the panelists, I can agree to a lot of what has been said. We must still recognize the importance of data. I don't think anyone in the room will forget that. But to come back to that, and I also come back to the keynote presentation, which I thought was very, very useful and interesting. And I will also in contacts with patients been advocating for actually agreeing to be in a patient registry early on, even if there is actually no treatment available because of the need of the historical data sets, etc., etc. So I think this is great. But looking back over the year, what I know most of is, of course, Darwin EU. Impressive results. We saw that from the presentation also quite recently. And then still, I think one important factor is that of these 100 pilots, none is really important to us on its own. It is together to build a platform, and I think we need to have that perspective also. Patients that are eager to know more about their treatment, which treatment works best for me. I'm as eager to know that, but I think we need to realize that we have to build this stepwise, and looking at one study from Darwin EU, just as an example, wouldn't probably make me able to answer any of my previous unanswered questions, but in the long run, I'm very hopeful. And that brings me into the topic of AI and the new tools. Without proper data, we will not be able to answer any new questions with the new techniques. And Jörg was also into the lack of perhaps methodology in development in this. But we, at least at the beginning, we might risk creating an illusion that we have answered new questions. We can definitely answer the present questions in a more efficient way. And I think it's also a responsibility to do that. So I'm looking very much forward to the continued discussions and themes in this steering group on all aspects. But if I'm staying at AI for a while, I've just in 2025 come out of my AI literacy, I hope. Education has been one of my key words. And I don't know what I'm expecting for 2026 because it moves so fast. But we also discussed when you travel, how shall you travel, with a bicycle or with a Ferrari? And we all know the wording that if you want to travel fast, go alone. If you want to travel far, go together. I think with AI, if you want to go or travel slow, that's your choice. But make sure that you actually do travel and not stay still. So I guess that's going to be my theme for 26 as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. And I think it's very important you bring out the importance of the stepwise approach, but also the fact that actually as you build more and more studies, it gains gravity and importance. And I think that's also very important to keep that focus on the bigger picture. So thank you for that. And now turning to our last panelist, Ricard. So I would very much welcome the views of academia on this. Over to you. Thank you.
Excuse me. Good morning, and thank you for having me here. And my apologies too, because this is my semester of classes and it's impossible to travel. Then let me say that based on my experience, my main insights are really related with the previous panelists' messages. First of all, I think that there are three critical learnings that emerge from this year. First, let me explain to you that as researcher, I'm working co-leading the Cancer Image initiative, working a package on ELSI principles, on legal alignment. Then my first learning here is that aligning technological design with legal compliance is essential. We need to understand that compliance must be embedded from the earliest design stages. In this Cancer Image initiative has demonstrated to me that technical architectures for data sharing, interoperability, and AI deployment must simultaneously address data governance and technical developing of the infrastructure. Second, I must say that managing the regulatory transition period is really demanding. Because, okay, we know that AI Act is entered into force, same as European Health Data Space Regulation, but this is not fully applicable. Then the challenge is how to operate under current GDPR frameworks while preparing infrastructure for future full application of regulations such as I mentioned, and evolving national laws. This requires what could be called transitional compliance architecture. In UK, this has meant designing systems that satisfy present legal obligations while building flexibility for upcoming requirements. The practical approach involves implementing robust pseudonymization protocols and anonymization, establishing data access committees, conducting AI risk assessments, and developing governance mechanisms that can adapt as the European health data space becomes operational. This transitional period demands continuous monitoring of regulatory developments while maintaining operational compliance. And finally, let me say that there is an elephant in the room. This regards anonymization debate and data minimization. Perhaps the most complex issue that I have been navigating is the divergence between data protection authorities' traditionally strict positions on anonymization and the Court of Justice of the European Union recent clarifications. Remember that in September, the court judgment established that data categorization as pseudonymous or anonymous must be assessed from the recipient's perspective, a relative concern rather than an absolute state. This creates practical challenges. While controllers must assess obligations at collection and disclosure points, recipients may fall outside GDPR scope if they lack reasonable means to identify individuals. At the end of the day, it means that we are trying to solve this problem, but the traditional positions in the, let me say, legal experts are reluctant to consider that in healthcare, anonymization is possible. And relating it with data minimizations usually means less granularity, less amount of data, less. And let me finish saying that, okay, probably for some operational activities, for same data processing needs, we need only a bicycle basket, but for many other, we need a large truck capabilities. Thanks.
Thank you so much to all the panelists. I know it's a super interesting topic, so you're all over time. So now we will move to the questions. Everyone who is online or is a little shy here can join the Slido and submit their questions there, but we will open the floor for in-person questions first. Someone in this room? If we don't have a question now, we can move to our online because we have one on Slido.
I don't know, Francois, would you like to ask the question?
I do.
That's a yeah.
Yes, thank you. It's a question regarding all the results and the analysis from the Darwin studies. I think they're extremely informative. And the question is there any plans to have them published on the catalog of studies, including less summaries for patient organizations to really learn from these studies also?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Francois. I think Denise is in the room and Denise can answer this.
Yes, good morning. As you know, at the moment, all the studies are published in the HMA EMA catalog of real-world data studies, and we publish the study protocols once they are finalized, but also the study results. And so it can be overwhelming because it's a lot of information sometimes in the report, but every report includes an abstract, and in the abstract there is a summary of the results. So for the time being, we are operating like that. We could explore indeed another form of simplifying results for different type of audiences in the future. Thanks for the question.
Perfect, thank you. And while we wait for more questions, let's do the second prepared question that we had, but very quickly, very short, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds each. Given the rapid evolution of data and AI tools, what is the one transparency or communication improvement that would help maintain trust with patients, healthcare professionals, and the public? Jörg, let's start with you.
Yeah, I can be very short. I think regulators and other stakeholders are making their experiences with the new tools. And a task for the regulators would probably be to validate their own tools and communicate on that. At least make transparent which tools we use and what our learnings are on our side to enable exchange on experiences with these new tools. Thanks.
I think when it comes to real world evidence, I think if we could get alignment that our North Star needs to be having the tools and the framework that would allow all of us collectively to look at a study and be able to evaluate it on its merits, irrespective of who's generating it. That we're almost blinded to who's generating it, and just to say, actually, we have sufficient predictability, clarity on the scientific principles around selection of data sources, around fit for purpose methods, around analytical approaches, because I think what we really want to protect more than ever in Europe now is robustness in our scientific evidence. So I think that would be the North Star. How we get there, I think there are various approaches. ICH will help. There are templates like Harper. I like the idea from you, Francois, around, how can we be very transparent? Perhaps it could be explored in public assessment reports. What was the intent of the use of the approach? What data sources were used? How were real world data, AI, how were they used in the regulatory decision making? And that's available not only to developers, that's available to the patient community. So I think that would be one concrete step that could be taken.
So this is quite a difficult question, actually, to find a single most thing that is transparent, the communication improvement. However, I would like to keep it as simple as possible. So what I would suggest, after quite a long thought, is to have a plain summary in simple words of how data is used, by whom is used, who owns the data, and how the AI model works, and more or less to have the limitation of this model. So if we know the limitation of this model written somewhere very clearly, then we know if this model can be trusted or not trusted.
Yes, in addition to my neighbor, I also think we should look at not only the models, but also the data. I think we all know the saying, peep in is peep out. So it's very important that we are aware of what we are using as an input. And having a transparent standardization for the quality of the data input, I think would also be very useful to gain public confidence. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to the time. Niklas, let's go with you now.
Yeah, not much to add. Probably only that when you use AI, be very transparent with that you have done it, and especially since I'm representing the policymakers, if it is in any way used in decision making, that must be clear to the both patients and other parts of the public. Thanks.
Okay, I'm completely agree with my colleagues and panelists. Then let me talk about about the strategy. Previously, we talked about AI literacy. This is a strategic. Then we have to promote AI literacy at different levels. I'm considering that training awareness of professionals, of healthcare practitioners is essential in order to promote not only transparency on the deployment, that this is a commitment, that this is an obligation on AI Act, but to promote trustworthy and capabilities from them. Same for patients, and especially for those who are interacting with patients. Then let me underline one main idea. Transparency must be supported by AI literacy, and this must be a political or a policy from healthcare systems in all of the levels: patients, practitioners, and managers.
Thank you very much. So some very clear messages coming through there. I mean, I've written down transparency is key for building trust. You also bring in the notion, Ricard, of having a support for AI literacy and training, which I think are equally important. So we have a question on the Slido. Perhaps if we can go to that. So I think it's for you, Ricard. Any general comments on the digital omnibus? Good question.
Yeah, let me say that I'm studying it. I see that from my main expertise that this is GDPR. It seems that there are interesting changes regarding the definition of data and the integration of innovation and AI research that seems really interesting and tries to promote data reuse. And we have to wait for the, let me say, the procedures and discussions in the European Parliament, European Commission and states. But I feel concerned by one strategical issue that is, let me say, is in the ambient. We are trying to make these changes on laws in order to simplify, in order to promote innovation and data processing and the developing of AI Act. And we have to look for some kind of balancing that maintains our European strategy based on human rights respect and product-oriented design rules with simplicity. And in my mind, the most important issue is not the regulation itself, but the approach of regulators. With a new legal environment, if regulators, especially in data protection, maintain the same approach of impossible excellence to be achieved, and they are not open to dialogue and to build, let me say, guidance and ways for fulfilling the law that are practicable, it will not be useful for nothing.
No, very good. I think it has to be practical to shift that elephant in the room. I mean, so important. And we are gaining a lot of experience now with implementing data protection regulations, and that does bring challenges. So let's look to the future and hope that we will have that. We have another question. It's a very good question. So in regards to transparency, it seems nobody is commenting on how far it should be communicated back to patients, where their data is used, and what results were achieved with them. Any thoughts? And I know Vasilios was talking about having simple communication, but what about specifically tailored for patients? Any views on that from the panelists? Yeah, Ricard, please.
Yeah. Let me say that most of the legislation, a recent evolution in Italian law, fulfills the same path that Spanish law, based on general information in websites. Let me say, we are moving in the area of traditional approach for transparency in GDPR. At the end of the day, I'm really concerned with the need for promoting really efficient ways for communicating with patients using all of the weapons we have, the practitioners, website, video tools, let me say, WhatsApp or any other private messageries. At the end of the day, being transparent is really relevant here in terms of reputational risks. let me underline that one of the main innovations of European Health Data Space is based on, okay, you could process anonymized and pseudonymized data without consent for secondary uses, purposes, but the patients have the right to opting out. Then we are extremely sensitive against any reputational campaign. Then we have to bet a lot in transparency and in providing trust for patients.
Can I just briefly add? I think this is, of course, a very important question. We did have a remark on ownership of data in the panel, so we didn't pass it entirely, I think. But from our point of view, I mean, all our decisions and most of the material behind this is made public, and of course, we also in most of our decisions from the Pricing and Reimbursement Agency have special contacts also with the patient organization in focus for that application. When it comes to feeding back to individual patients, if that is in the question, I guess that creates all sorts of challenges on integrity and EHDS and GDPR and so on. But if it is more in general feedback and to explain what happened with the data and which were the conclusions, I think I can only agree it's important and perhaps it can be even improved, but there are functions for that also now.
Yeah, thank you, Nicholas. And I think from our perspective, I mean, working in communication, what would be so important is that we involve patients in that discussion and make sure that we are tailoring communication to meet their needs. And of course, we have the Patient Consumer Working Party here at EMA, which would be heavily involved here. Jörg?
Yeah, I understood Bastian's question as general feedback and not to an individual. I would not only address patients probably, but also other players in the healthcare area, like physicians. They need to be on board when innovating and also communicating results on drug effects. So yeah, not only limited to patients, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, please do.
I want to say something small because, of course, I agree with you. But a lot of times patients have been asked to participate in a discussion, but they're not listened to. So it is very important to actively be part of the discussion, but also to build the strategy with the patients and actively listen to the patients. Right now, our keynote speaker said that we need data for each individual, like we need different data because each patient is different. And we need to hear that and then move along and use that information. Yeah.
I think that's a really important point, Konstantina, because the way we now view patient input in drug development is we see patients as partners. They are providing us with insights. Of course, it's not the only insight. We get insights from clinicians, from regulators, from HTA bodies, but patients are viewed as key partners in really informing decisions. And one of the things that I think is positive that the EMA CHMP has recently done is amended their assessment report template to systematically lay out where patient experience data has been considered. And I think as developers, we're very keen to, support in our submissions some documentation around where we have leveraged that patient input. So I think there's more to be done there as we really think about it as a partnership model.
Definitely. And a lot of companies, they're doing their efforts. But a lot of them, they're just checking the box, which that needs to change. But the NDSG group is the best, though.
Thank you. And I think we're going to, looking at the time, I think we're going to close. It's good positive note to close on. The NDSG group is the best. And I think we could go and have a celebratory coffee, but I'm going to, before doing so, thank very much the panelists for their time, for the rich discussion, also for the audience for participating with questions, and pass the floor back to Peter. Thank you.
So thanks very much. Thanks to the panelists. Great feedback and reflection. We're rewarding that discussion with 30 minutes of coffee break, and we'll restart at 11:30 prompt. Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. Very pleased to introduce Markus Kalliola. Markus is Programme Director at the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. At Sitra, he heads the Future of Wellbeing Solutions programme. He's also the coordinator of the European Union's joint action towards a European health data space, which some of you will have heard of as TEDAS2. He's also coordinating the Nordic Valo project. Before joining Sitra, he worked at the European Commission in the Directorate for Health in cross-border healthcare policies, and his background is in computer science and has been engaged in digitalization projects in both public and private sectors. Markus, you are going to lead us through session 2. Over to you.
Yes, thanks, Peter. Thanks for the morning first session. It was very, very enlightening, and thanks for having me as a session chair here today. As you know, well, I was supposed to have a co-chair in the session, Carl, but unfortunately he was not there. So I will be your chair of the session, not the co-chair. So I was promoted today for being in the single chair. So good morning to everybody and welcome to the session 2. The session title is Opportunities, Data, Policy and Ethics. So a lot of our favorite topics today. We will explore how the new and upcoming EU regulations shape the operating environment and what opportunities it brings, but also some of the preparatory activities needed to be done, what is required, how the ethical foundations can ensure responsible innovation in data-driven future. In this session, there will be 2 presentations, and then we'll have the fireside chat. So pretty similar format that we have in the previous session. You have the same tools as you had before. So if you are here present, you can raise your hand for question. If you are online, you can use the Slido poll, or then you can ask for the floor also within the WebEx system. So please submit your questions as we go. We will take them once we have time. All right, so then we move on to the first presentation, how new EU legislation will transform medicine regulation. We have 2 speakers, Vaja Apostolidou and Jérôme de Barros. Jérôme de Barros will start. He is a policy officer at DG Sante, Digital Health Unit, working on the implementation of the European Health Data Space and the secondary use of health data. Then we have Vaja Apostolidou, a policy officer at the European Commission, DG Sante as well, focusing on medicines policy and the use of artificial intelligence in the medicines life cycle. So we start with Jérôme, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Markus. And as you said, so for starting the discussions, we will just provide an overview of what are the main legislations, but also other initiatives undertaken by the commissions that aim at enabling this data-driven regulatory work. The first one being to set the scene as to where exactly or what is the field in which we operate, we have applications for those different regulations. And if you look at these legal acts, they aim to really address the whole continuum, the whole life cycle, also actually from drug discovery, drug development, all the way down to pharmacovigilance. And in blue, you see some of the objectives that we try to achieve, be it faster evidence-based R&D, for better access to data, all the way down to optimized market access pricing. But for this, we do need the right instruments to make this possible. And the one that is more known when it comes to intervention of the Commission is obviously the legislative ecosystem, the set of legal acts and be them regulation or other acts that aim at enabling what we're discussing here. And we try to place them as to what kind of objectives they have or what they are enabling across this continuum. We have the European Data Space, obviously, Data Act, Data Governance Act, and GDPR that have this objective of, in the first instance, enabling data access and make it possible to share this in a way that is protecting the rights of our citizens and ensuring transparency and privacy. We also need a set of legal acts that ensure security and trust. We need secure systems. We need the right standards, certifications for cybersecurity. We need the right systems, be them, for example, EIDAS for identification or for the safety of our information systems. And then we need a set of different acts that ensure that the solutions developed are robust and with the right level of safety. So we need common rules for this, for their development, for their validations, and for their deployment in the healthcare system. But beyond these legal acts, this is not enough. We also need a set of initiatives that enable the use of this health data, so to make sure that we have data really supporting the regulatory work. So we need, obviously, initiatives on making sure we have the right infrastructures. We heard a lot about Darwin EU. That's a very good example. But we also need, for example, an infrastructure that will be underpinning access to health data for reuse. It includes regulatory work for EHDS. We heard about AI, but to make sure we have the right solutions, we need to have the right environment, the testing facilities to enable the safe development of those solutions. So we need work on the infrastructure sides. We need the right guidance for sector specifics. What should be the priorities for specific sectors? That's what the Apply AI strategy provides for AI more broadly. But when it comes to sector that are more relevant to us, you have the life science strategy recently published, and we will soon have a Biotech Act. So how can we ensure we have the right guidance when we want to achieve this competitiveness of the sector in the EU, and we have the right adoption of AI and innovation in the EU? We need to support skills. We need to make sure that people are equipped with the right information, the right skills to make sure that these AI solutions are developed the right way, to make sure our regulatory authorities have the right skills to be able to leverage this data in their operations. So we also have a lot of initiatives on the skills side, and good examples of, for example, what is done as part of EHDS, the capacity building activities, to make sure that the governance at national level to health access bodies have the right capabilities and skills. But the same way happening with the Eden Academy, for example. So there's a lot of initiatives that aim at providing and supporting this skills set. And finally, what's also always essential is obviously the financing. Financing for the development of those solutions, financing the infrastructure that I mentioned here before, as well as the use of data. So EHDS will enable, for example, access to this health data, but you need the right financing to make sure researchers have the right incentives and tools to be able to leverage the system. So that's why this is all that also has to be done in addition to those regulations that I mentioned before. Back to those legislations and going deeper into some of them. The first one is the European Data Space. We've heard a lot about it. And if we had to summarize it, it has these three main objectives. The first one is to empower individuals to have access to their health data and to enable the seamless exchange of this health data across the EU for the continuity of care. This is what I mean by data empowerment, making it possible that people have access to their data, but are also able to have control over this data, being able to access it, share it, restrict access if this is what they want. And for this, you need the right tools, you need the right infrastructure. My Health at EU is the infrastructure that's already existing. With the regulation from 2029 on, it will be a mandatory participation of all countries. So that means that a certain number of services, patient summary, e-prescriptions, and in the future, lab results, discharge letters, and medical imaging will be exchanged for this. So, and this is done by promoting international standards. If we want this to work, we need to make sure we all speak the same language, which is why you would expect standards like the EMA PMS, for example, or international terminologies like SNOMED-CT, or international standards from ISO, for example, to be the recommended terminologies. Second objective is enabling the reuse of health data, so providing a framework for the reuse of personal health data for innovations, policy making, and obviously regulatory work as well. So you need a set of rules. You also need an infrastructure for secondary use. It will be called My Health Data at EU. That is an infrastructure enabling first communications between the relevant stakeholders, the health access bodies, but also a pathway for users to be able to find the right informations, having catalogs of data sets, and a process, so making it possible that there is a form that allows you with one application to be able to request access to this data. So this all needs to be worked to enable this consistent framework. And what's perhaps most relevant when it comes to regulatory work is to also understand the needs of our users. One of the users that we expect will be obviously the health medicine agencies and the EMA. And for this, we foresee an accelerated procedures, for example, for these public bodies, making sure that EHDS really answers the needs of those users that need not only data more quickly, but on a more regular basis. So we try to make sure that it matches the needs, that it really answers and becomes a useful tool for those bodies. And finally, the third objective of the EHDS is to create a single market for electronic health record systems. It is the core information system tool when it comes to clinical data in our different countries. We want to make sure that at the very least we have interoperability, that they are able to exchange those mandatory services, e-prescriptions, patient summary, but also the logging. One of the empowerment that we see in primary use is to make sure that everyone is aware of who has access to their health data. And for this, we need the right logging system. So this is, in a nutshell, what the regulations will focus on for the benefits of all of us, making sure that each of us has access to our data and be able to control it, for researchers, our innovators, our regulators to have access to that data for their work, and our EHR manufacturers to clearer rules so that their systems can be deployed across the EU, so this single market enabled. The second legislation we'd like to touch on is the AI Act. So we heard about it already, but it'll be the first regulation on AI worldwide. It's good to remember this. It has this risk-based approach, which means that within our sector for healthcare, high risk is the one you should be looking at. It went into force on the 1st of August 2024, and there is a real, from the onset, ensuring that it is compatible and aligned with all of the different EU regulations. What's more relevant to us is that we need to find the right interplay between EHDS, for example, and this AI Act, which is why we have two projects I wanted to touch on. The first one is called Compass AI. That really has this aim of advancing the safe, effective, and efficient deployment of AI in healthcare. Having the AI Act, having the EHDS is one thing. We also need to have the right guidance, the right validation frameworks, and a dashboard for measuring and understanding how could this deployment be enabled in our healthcare systems. The second project is called Shaped. And the objective is to define or help the Commission define how could both the AI Act and the EHDS could work together. So how could health access bodies leverage what will be offered by the Act and its supporting activities with the governance as part of EHDS. So this passes through regulatory sandbox for medical devices, assisting our health access bodies into understanding what are the needs of developers of AI solutions, how could they support the validation of those systems, and helping data holders to integrate those solutions into their activities. The next one will be on health technology assessment, and for this, I'll pass the floor to my colleague, Vaya Apostolidou.
Thank you, Jerome, for setting the scene so nicely and going us through the EHDS and AI Act. So now I will continue with the HTA, so the Health Technology Assessment Regulation, marks a major advance in assessing innovative health technologies in a consistent, transparent, and evidence-based way. So since January 2025, it's fully in application, providing a common framework and procedures for all the member states to cooperate on the assessment of health technologies. So a key feature of this cooperation is the systematic generation and sharing of standardized, high-quality evidence for joint clinical assessment. Structured clinical and real-world data are exchanged through EU platforms under clear rules on transparency and confidentiality. This approach aims to align methodologies across the member states, enable efficient cross-border data sharing and reuse, reduce duplication of work, of course, and support faster access to technologies. Importantly, EU cooperation does not replace national decision-making, but it strengthens the national decision-making with robust, jointly produced scientific data. Overall, the HTA regulations support a more efficient, equitable, and innovation-friendly healthcare system, making better use of data to benefit patients, health systems, and society overall. So I will briefly now highlight how the new EU pharma legislation supports a more digital, data-driven regulatory system for Europe. And as you know, hopefully, underlined and bold this word, hopefully, the trilogue negotiations will conclude tomorrow. But what will this actually mean for the use of data and subsequently also AI? So we have prepared just one slide for you. This is a very condensed slide and summarizes all the data-related aspects that are included in the proposal. That is approximately 400 pages. So bear with me for a while. So first, the reform provides improved clarity on the legislative interplay, including, for example, the interplay with medical devices regulation, and thus creating a more coherent and predictable environment. It also brings agility to enable AI and other scientific innovations through tools such as sandboxes and more flexible assessment processes. Importantly, it facilitates the use of real-world evidence, enabling regulators to draw more systematically on real-life data. And it establishes digital by default electronic submissions, so regulatory procedures are modernized and harmonized across the Union. The new pharma reform also introduces the submission of raw data to support more robust scientific assessments and the potential use of AI tools in regulatory science. And very importantly, the agency will also be secondary user of data coming from databases such as EHDS. And since the agency is handling data, they are also bound by data processing rules, including personal health data. There is an EU-wide public database improving transparency and access to up-to-date product information. And the formal legislation enhances exchange of data and information across authorities to improve coherence and avoid duplication, supported by interoperable digital systems. With the new formal legislation, monitoring of shortages will be also strengthened. So the scope of the European Shortages Monitoring Platform will be extended to support better surveillance of supply and demand. Interoperability between national and EU systems will need to be ensured, of course. Finally, the Commission proposed to enable electronic package leaflets with a pathway towards a mandatory EPI and common standards, improving accessibility while modernizing patient information. Overall, the new pharmaceutical legislation builds a digital, and data-enabled regulatory environment supporting innovation, transparency, and better outcomes for patients across Europe. So moving now to the Medical Devices Regulation, or as we call it, MDR, we see that the regulation, first of all, its requirement became fully applicable on May 2021. And we see that the regulation placed a strong emphasis on data quality, traceability, and transparency, reinforcing the wider EU trend towards ongoing and continuous evidence generation. To support this shift, the MDR introduced several key data infrastructures and obligations. The first is EUDAMED, and once fully operational, it will offer a much clearer and data-rich view of devices and their performances. EUDAMED is expected to become fully functional starting from 2026 for its first modules, and the use of 4 core modules becomes mandatory from 28th of May 2026. Second, the MDR brought in the unique device and identification, or UDI. This significantly improves traceability throughout the supply chain and strengthens the union's ability to respond quickly and precisely to safety issues or recalls. It also contributes to monitoring availability of devices. Third, the regulation strengthens post-market surveillance. This creates a model of constant safety and performance monitoring rather than relying only on pre-market evidence. The MDR also raises expectations around robust clinical data and real-world data collection throughout a device's lifecycle, both pre-market and post-market, reinforcing a lifecycle approach to generating real-world evidence. Finally, there are reinforced requirements for medical devices software, including cybersecurity and data integrity for software and digital health technologies. And as I'm sure you know, the Commission is working towards an update of some elements of the MDR that will shortly be shared along with the Biotech Act mid-September. So across the new EU legislative initiatives, from the AI Act to the European Health Data Space to the pharma legislation and the HTA regulation, we see a consistent policy direction, modernizing regulation to enable innovation, while at the same time safeguarding trust and access. First, by simplifying procedures and making approvals faster and more agile, Europe can reduce time to market for innovative therapies and reinforce its competitiveness globally. Faster, clearer pathways mean patients benefit sooner, and companies can scale innovation within a predictable framework. Second, more data-driven regulatory decisions strengthened by real-world evidence and better use of health data create the foundations for a future-proof data-driven health ecosystem in Europe, powering patient-centered services and more personalized care. Third, greater transparency, clarity, and interoperability, including cross-border data exchange, enhance sustainability and preparedness, and support cross-sector collaboration. Finally, by supporting innovation and competitiveness and aligning regulation with digital transformation and AI readiness, Europe can attract investment, talent, and innovation. And this will, of course, help build a resilient, data-driven health ecosystem across the Union. So altogether, these initiatives are not isolated reforms, but they form a coherent strategy to make Europe innovation-friendly, but at the same time, patient-centered. That's all from the duet. Back to you, Marcus.
Thanks both. And if you could close your mics once you are not speaking, that would help the cameraman, which is AI driven. All right. So thanks for the presentations. I really enjoyed those. You presented shortly your huge legislative landscape, and I picked that it's not just the landscape on the legislation side, but also the strategic ecosystem, infrastructure development, skills financing, and everything that's built around. I have one question for you, and I'm then looking at the audience if there's more questions for the Commission. My question is on the transparency. In the previous session, we heard about the needs for trust on this, and we heard also the possible risks if the trust is broken. For example, in the ESDS, the amount of opt-outs might increase and so forth. Jerome, you didn't mention the communication towards the citizens, but perhaps you could share a bit of what provisions there are in the ESDS towards the transparency for citizens regarding the secondaries of health data, and maybe why also if you want to add something on the transparency towards the citizens. Thanks.
No, thank you, Markus. To come back to that point, I mean, transparency is at the core of the EHDS. What we wanted to have is a framework that, yes, enables this series of health data, but ensures that the transparency is also the core by, for example, determining and make it public at least who has access to which data, for which purposes, and more importantly, at the end, what kind of results. So what was the outcome when this data was made available? So this is where we see as the core transparency. And going back to the question that was there, so about how can we make it faster and more pragmatic? If you want to ensure this level of transparency, you need to make sure you have the trust of the actors and of the public. It takes time for this. You need to have the right governance in place, the right infrastructures, because if you want to keep this trust, you simply cannot make any mistakes. You cannot rush something that may cause any kind of a data breach or cause any kind of problem. So we want to, as I said, the trust is at the core. This is why it takes some time to put all this together. And what was probably a short or not coming too soon, if you ask anybody who's responsible for the implementation of EHDS at the national level, will probably tell you that 2029 is sooner than we think.
Would you like to add something, Waya?
I don't have much to add, but I want to underline that the Commission has transparency in its base core, so it's one of our basic principles, and we are transparent not only in the way that we design and proceed with our proposals and the suggested legislation, with the better regulation procedures, for example, but we also take very seriously including transparency in everything we do. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. I did not see any hands raised here in the audience nor online. And so we move on to the next speaker. And remember the Slido, and you will have opportunities to ask questions during the fireside chat as well. So the next presentation will be on the ethics of data in a digital age. We will have a speaker, Alessandro Blasime from ETH Zurich. Alessandro Blasime is a bioethicist at the ETH Zurich, whose research focuses on ethical and policy issues in biomedical innovation, biotechnology, and digital health. Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Hi, everyone, and thank you, Markus, for the kind introduction, and thanks to the organizers again for the opportunity to speak today about ethics. So I'm also a member of the NDSG, but of course here I'm let's say in a personal capacity, so to say. I wanted to offer an introduction to the way in which data ethics is changing vis-a-vis a number of transformations that are happening in the space of biomedical research and healthcare, not last also due to technological innovation. To begin with, it might be useful to say that in the last couple of decades, there have been two major trends in the ethics of health data. One having to do with precision medicine, which is focused on understanding individual variation, so what distinguishes us from one another. And more recently, the focus has shifted towards learning from common patterns in data, and this has been boosted by the availability of predictive analytics and more recently artificial intelligence. In a sense, this transition is not completed, in the sense that it's not the case that the latest trends replace the former, but actually I would like to show that there are some principles of good governance of health data, good ethical governance of health data, that have been arising in the space of precision medicine, and that might not be on the way of being adequately translated in the more digital world, so to say. So as I was saying, there are certain technological transitions that were very relevant from the perspective of data ethics, namely genome sequencing, and the fact that genome sequencing has become cheaper and cheaper over the course of the last 20 years. But of course, also the availability of technologies that allow the pervasive collection of data well beyond the healthcare setting, and I would say the normal dwelling environment and the ordinary life of people has become filled up with possibilities of collecting personal data. And last but not least, there are a number of ways in which we can leverage on a variety of data, both old and new, for purposes that have to do with training healthcare algorithms. These major technological transitions have created the necessity to rethink the ways in which we conceptualize and understand the ethics of collecting, using, and reusing human data for purposes that have to do with healthcare. Yeah. So what we have is really a scenario of an evolving health data ecosystem where we have, alongside standard sources of health data that come mostly from institutionalized sources like hospitals, public health registries, but also academic and private sector research, we have an expanded array of data sources that come from living environments, that come from mobile apps, that come from new forms of data that become available and possibly can help out in both biomedical research and clinical practice. This is coupled with an expansion of capabilities, from capabilities to generate, store, curate, and share data, to capabilities to analyze them, including with the help of artificial intelligence. Also, our governance capabilities have expanded. We just heard about new regulations that are filling up the space, and not surprisingly, the range of stakeholders that have become relevant in the new health data ecosystem has expanded considerably, well beyond the actors that traditionally have to deal with health data. Now, this has created a number of features that are specific to how the health data ecosystem looks in the last decade or so. There is increased uncertainties about the actual purposes of data collection. about also who actually has the capacity to use data and for which purposes. There is also uncertainty as to which data uses are permitted or authorized, who controls data, who owns that, and who is overseeing data collection and use, given the fragmentation of this ecosystem. From the point of view of temporality, the duration of storage and what happens as data remains stored in data repositories for indefinite amounts of time is also another source of uncertainty. Access conditions evolve over time. Also, the actors that can gain access to personal data evolves over time, and this is very much driven by technology. Also, another aspect that has kept ethicists occupied thinking about health data and responsible use of health data is the fact that health data are not just personal in the sense that they are about the data subjects, but they also reveal relations among data subjects and their environment, their social groups, their relatives, and so on. In addition to that, the use of predictive analytics algorithms and in general the use of technologies to understand patterns in big data encourages classificatory practices that might reveal stigmatizing features that or that might give rise to patterns of discrimination that need to be taken into account from an ethical and regulatory point of view. I've been doing quite some work on this uncertain landscape over the last few years. These are just references for you to check if you are curious. But I just wanted to summarize this work basically by reflecting about what guiding principles of data governance can be useful to navigate those uncertainties that I just described. So I'm going to talk about these 6 principles very briefly, just to give an overview. These principles that can be summarized according to their initials. So adaptivity is a governance principle that acknowledges that anticipatory practices have limitations, that things can change as we collect more data and store more data, and calls for readiness to devise oversight mechanisms that can take into account new data types and new data uses. And the advent of AI is a case in point here, because it was not possible to predict anything of the like of AI 10 years ago or 15 years ago when these discussions have started. So we should remain flexible as to our capacity to treat, to adapt oversight mechanisms to what is the actual use of data rather than their source, for example. It's not possible to just classify, to just go about making risk classifications based on data sources. We should be looking at what people are trying to do with data. Monitoring, as a consequence, is bound to be focused on new vulnerabilities that might emerge from new uses of personal data. As I mentioned before, potential for harms and discrimination or privacy breaches are paramount in this case. Responsiveness is a principle that prescribes to take measures to prevent vulnerabilities, or at least ensure that the harmful effect of such vulnerabilities can be effectively contained, for example, in the case of privacy breaches. And finally, the principle of reflexivity instructs us to monitor the effect of classificatory practices, and in particular to scrutinize the assumptions that are embedded in both research practices and regulatory mechanisms. For example, when we reflect about potential sources of bias in training data. And finally, inclusiveness is a principle that encourages the inclusion of all relevant stakeholders, including lay public, in the governance of data, in particular reaching out to underrepresented stakeholders. So there are at least three big areas in which those principles can become relevant. In particular, data use, data governance, and data access. I would like to just briefly say a few things about how in those areas our thinking about data ethics is evolving. So the big question is how we ensure that data subjects keep some form of meaningful control over their data in the context of these major transformations and in the context of ever more prominent practices of data collection and data sharing that also infrastructures like the European Health Data Space are there to favor. It's unlikely that informed consent is going to be sufficient to ensure decent levels of data control on the part of data subjects, precisely because the data ecosystem is expanding in all directions. Furthermore, there are certain new forms of data that have an ambiguous, uncertain nature in terms of both ethics and legal status. For example, synthetic data that are generated from personal data, but lose these characteristics of actually being about individual persons, therefore calling for clarification as to what we should authorize in this space. And this is an emerging conversation. There are new papers coming out mostly more or less every week about this topic. So this is an example of how oversight mechanisms need to adapt, as I said earlier, to technological innovation. Another element of data control that can be exploited is particularly a set of participatory practices about data governance that have emerged previously in the domain of precision medicine. If you look back also historically at the institutionalization of precision medicine, for example, in the US, when the antecedents of the All of Us research cohort took shape, the governance principles of what 10 years ago was called the Precision Medicine Initiative Cohort Program, that then became the All of Us, mentioned two features that I think it's important to translate into our present governance practices. One is the fact that there should be a return of information and results to data subjects. And the other is that data subjects should be meaningful participants in the governance of data itself. I'm not arguing here that these principles have found full application in the All of Us research program. This is beyond the scope of this talk, but it's important to see that the ethos of precision medicine probably still has something interesting to say today, that the focus is more on using data for training algorithms and using algorithms to make predictions and automate healthcare. There are some forms of data control that can come about through practices of data portability that might be themselves part of the innovation and the transformations that are happening in this space. Now, this is an example of a rather, I would say, aspirational model. I'm not saying that this is highly generalizable. The idea of creating data cooperatives driven directly by data subjects is probably something that is more realistic in the domain of rare diseases or patient groups that have a strong also advocacy presence in this space. But as a matter of fact, there is a lot of space to innovate data governance, especially through empowering individuals to have an active role in brokering their data, as we heard in the previous talk. So having an active role in data access management. So there is a big role that can be played to experiment with.
Sorry,
this,
Alexander, you have 2 minutes left.
Yes, absolutely. I'm closing. There is a big role that data infrastructures like the European Health Data Space can play in promoting those principles. And I would say that the guiding inspiration here is that in order to foster public trust, we need more than just compliance and IT robustness. We need shared governance mechanisms, and we need to give value back to data subjects. So these are, in my view, key elements of to foster public trust in data infrastructures. Just on passing, I would like to mention that probably in the European Health Data Space, there is room for an ethics coordination board that can play an active role in at least coordinating the emergence of these shared governance mechanisms. Best practices are emerging. A lot of people are talking about inclusive co-creation, responsible regulation, and value-driven innovation. So there is a lot that can be done in this space to foster responsible innovation and to make sure that we don't get lost in the transition from our previous interest in understanding individual variation to our present interest in learning from common patterns in health data. To conclude, the conditions for data use, governance, and access are evolving, and so are the mechanisms that can make these happen in an ethically responsible way. Regulation alone is not sufficient to guarantee data control and trust. So I've plead for participatory data governance mechanisms and meaningful empowerment of data subjects. We need to expand the design of data infrastructure to include data ethics best practices, and despite the fact that the European Union is frequently under attack, I would say that we still have the biggest opportunity to foster responsible innovation in this space, precisely because we can join forces to create a health data space that fulfills our ethical expectations. And with that, I would like to close and to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. That was very extensive presentation on the ethics side. And thanks you also for bringing the EU regulation on the topic that we just heard from the European Commission. Do we have any questions from the floor to Alessandro? We are a couple of minutes late on the schedule, but I would allow one question if there's any. I don't see any questions on the floor. Alessandro, thank you so much for your intervention and your presentation, and I'm looking forward how the ESDS will shape with the ethics board that you mentioned, that whether there will be one or how it will develop. There's one question, so we'll take that before we enter into the fireside chat.
Thank you very much for a very extensive and very comprehensive presentation. I was intrigued by, you were talking about these collaboratives of the data subjects, and I was wondering whether it is the data subjects or the data holders that need to be members of this collaborative. Because in my experience, and we'll talk about it briefly in a while, it's not so much the patients who are unwilling to share their data. I think the biggest barrier that we've identified is to make it appealing and interesting for the data holders.
Thank you very much. I couldn't agree more. The point is that data subjects have traditionally played a very active role in promoting data sharing, and also in my experience, it's data holders that hold it back. The point is that precisely by enabling data subjects to play a more active role, we would expect to promote data sharing. I would say that with respect to a few years ago, we have lost a little bit sight of the role that data subjects can play in, for example, a large infrastructure like the European Health Data Space. But we have seen this happening in many other jurisdictions as well. I would call for giving data subjects a more prominent and active role, precisely because they have traditionally been the enablers of data sharing, and those that would have an interest as well in breaking the silos that prevent access to data as a common resource for biomedical research and for healthcare.
Thank you so much, Alessandro, for your presentation and your answers for the questions. I also saw some questions on the Slido. Thanks for active participation. Unfortunately, we don't have time for taking those now. So we will move on to the next agenda point and the fireside chat. So let me introduce you the different stakeholder groups and the people participating into the discussions on the HERT topic. So we have we were supposed to have five panelists, but unfortunately, we haven't seen Marta Slomka online. So if she appears, she's of course welcome to participate in the discussions, but we start with the four ones who we have here on site. So from the regulatory side, we have Eleonora Agricola. Eleonora works at the Italian Medicines Agency Innovation Office and is a member of the European Innovation Network and the Network Data Steering Group. For industry stakeholders, we have Melpomene Styliadou she leads the Global Health Data Partnerships at Takeda and has extensive experience in public policy and multi-stakeholder collaborations. Then moving on closer to the ESDS and the new agency type that is introduced in the legislation, health data access bodies. We have Pero Ivanko. He heads the data science and analytics at the Croatian Institute of Public Health and chairs the European Health Data Space Health Data Access Bodies Community of Practice. Finally, patient representative Meryl Henning. Meryl is a patient advocate active in the national and European levels and serves as a board member of Cancer Patients Europe. So thank you all for being with us. And we go directly into the discussions. I would like to start first with the end in mind. And what does the success look like? What opportunities lie there in front of us if let's say the presented regulations that we get from the Commission, also the ethics discussions that we heard, if we get it right, where do we end up from your perspective? And we start from the regulatory side. And Eleonora, please.
Yes, thank you for the question. Now, the two talks were very inspiring, and your question as well, because we have to try not to dream, but to be concrete and design what the future should be in place. From a regulatory perspective, this new landscape doesn't change our aim, because the regulatory's aim is to deliver to the patient innovative medicines that can be compliant with the regulatory standards for safety, efficacy, and quality. So the landscape of the European Health Data Space, the new pharma legislation revision, it's just an opportunity to do and to reach this goal in a much better way, because this new landscape will provide us as regulators a variety of data that can be used to the regulatory purpose, and the European Health Data Space for sure will be a catalyst of this situation and will provide us the data at population level, because of course, we have to support the development and use of medicines for all people. So having data representing all the population from all the European member states will give us the opportunity to support the development of innovative medicine for all. And for pharma legislation, as a regulator, we can say that the regulatory sandbox and the adapted framework that are drafted in this version of the new legislation will be for sure the opportunity to support innovation in Europe. And especially the regulatory sandbox could be seen as an opportunity for dialogue between regulators and developers, even if we should remind that the dialogue and the opportunity to dialogue with the regulators are already in place with all the regulatory support tools that are already in place. And another, but the success of this new landscape will be also depend on the dialogue between among the different regulator of the different regulatory framework. For example, the medical device regulator, the GDPR, but also the AI Act, and so on, because the innovative medicine, the medicine of the future, are probably a combination of for sure medicine for precision medicine, but will be a combination of medical device technologies and so on. So the success will rely also on the dialogue between the different regulators. And the last point I want to bring is that innovation goes fast, and so the successful of this new landscape should be also seen as if it relies on an agile regulatory system, because innovation, as I said, the innovation goes fast, so the regulatory system needs to be evolve and support innovation, and this will can happen also if the regulators are trained, and so the skills of the regulators are evolving as well. So the regulatory science will be important topics as well. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for being the first one to start. Melpomene, the same question for you. What does the success look like for industry?
So I think by any measurement, Europe probably has some of the richest health data in the world, because we have national healthcare systems, we have registries, we have biobanks. So we probably have the richest health data in the world. So I think what the European health data space has done is helped us to dream of how we can use this health data to actually boost European competitiveness. And I think Draghi said that very, very clearly in his report, that this is probably one of the biggest competitive advantages of Europe. So if you allow me to dream, I will describe the healthcare nirvana, at least from an industry perspective. So think of a world where through technologies and with no burden on the patients can monitor their outcomes, but in a standardized way. And the data from this continuous monitoring of patient outcomes is being aggregated in, I would call it, real-world evidence libraries, where one can see both the patient outcomes as well as the clinically captured outcomes in these libraries, but in a standardized way. And I would very much comment the presentation that we had in the beginning, that we can't leave it to serendipity about what is being collected in the registries. So if there is some type of agreement on what we collect in the real world evidence, then the data that will emerge will be much more useful. And then this type of data could become an absolute treasure trove, right, for industry, because it would allow to really understand how to design clinical trials and how to complement clinical trials and how to enhance decision-making, evidence-based decision-making on all aspects. Now, at the same time, this type of nirvana that I'm describing would create the possibility for other stakeholders, like, for example, the physicians, as well as the patients, to have the possibility to compare their outcomes with the overall outcome. Because, as I said, it's in the library, and all legitimate stakeholders will have the possibility to get these insights. So the conversation between patient and physician becomes much more powerful, much more insightful, much more relevant. The patients become truly empowered because they rely on evidence in their correspondence with their physicians. The physicians can get better outcomes because they are fueled by data. And of course, from an industry perspective, as I said, that makes Europe really the place to do research. So I think that's all possible. And I think EHDS has somehow created or allowed me to have the vision and to dream for this nirvana. There are some things we need to think about in order to make this nirvana a reality, but I actually do believe it is possible.
Thanks so much. Moving on to Pero next, and of course you are making the future by being on the ESDS as an HTAP role or as representative of the board. So what does the future look like for you and the success?
Well, firstly, I will start by saying that I agree completely with everything the colleague said, and I will try to give my perspective from perspective of someone who is involved in the community of practice, who is involved in Darwin EU network and the number of the projects that have been mentioned here. And I will say that I'm really optimistic. That is the main point. Why am I optimistic? Because for start, I see community of practice on the health data access body as one of the first success stories, because we as the member states saw right at the start that we cannot tackle the implementation of the European health data space in isolation. So there was a really, really strong need for collaboration that's still living. Second point is that reflection on the success of Darwin EU. For me, the future, maybe far future, of the European health data space is federated, is based on the open common data standards, is made on open common data models like OMOP CDM, like OpenHR. That is the landscape that uses standards like SNOMED, CT, ATC, LOINC and other standards in order to get the data that is interoperable, data that is being based in the common models like OMOP, in order to lower the cost of entry for researchers, in order to get the federated studies to pull the data and the results from different member states. And based on that data, based on that models, I think that we can get some really, really good evidence insights in the health of the general population and build on that data for the better future.
Thank you. And then finally, from the patient perspective, Meryl, please.
Yes, thank you very much. For a patient perspective, as an individual with an oncogene-driven cancer, very rare, I applaud this initiative because the real-world data is very important for a lot of people, for a lot of patients. If we're talking about what my dream is the right treatment for the right patient at the right time, and I think this will bring us more closely to the right to this right treatment. Faster access for innovative treatments, but also having data that can help the underrepresented patient groups, like in lung cancer, the small cell lung cancer patient group that has not a voice by its own. So it's very important that we need to have representation of all the groups in the data sphere, and also the cross-border trials and the cross-border access is something something that is very important for us. But then we have the regulatory that it is possible for patients to travel across the board. If we're talking about meaningful patient involvement, you're talking about all that it is not about the patient, but with the patient. I really like, and also the data control. So if I dream, there's equal access. There's no inequity anymore in having access and in having the right treatment for the right patient at the right time.
Thanks so much. I think we enter now to the audience questions to be on time, and I have see that there's a lot of questions on the Slido, so we will take the most popular one from there. And so I read it from there. So the question goes, how will the new EU data access regulations affect collaboration between regulators, industry, patients, and health data access bodies in coming years? So the question is in the collaboration. What will change? And let's take the reverse order now. And we start from Marta. How do you see the new... Oh, sorry, Meryl. Marta's not here. My list. All right. So how will the collaboration change with this new legislation? If you think of patients, will anything change from the patient perspective?
I hope so, and especially when patients are being involved at the beginning and not just at the end when it's just a tick box exercise. So for me, it's important that the collaboration starts right now in having access, and yeah, and how it will happen, it's up to you.
Yes, I hope there will be a representative of patients in the ESDS board or some similar governance that will take place in the ESDS. Looking at the health data access bodies, then of course they don't exist yet, but what kind of collaboration do you foresee with the health data access bodies beyond let's say the minimum that you receive the applications and you discuss with the data holders? So what kind of collaboration do you see for the health data access bodies?
I see health data access bodies as possible role as the stewards, as the someone who really knows the data landscape, who knows the health data, knows where the data, where the data can be found, knows the quality, but also knows the ways in which that data can be used for the regulatory or the other kind of use cases. So some kind of, how to say it, translation role in the way of someone who can give insight, who can translate the specificity of the data, of the health data landscape to the different stakeholder groups that exist in society.
I really hope that they will become such a body, because really the regulation doesn't directly put these requirements for you. But I think if the health data access bodies become the active body and sort of the middleman between different stakeholders, then it will really help the whole ecosystem. And going to the industry then, how do you see the new regulatory activities changing how the industry can collaborate with let's say, other stakeholders?
I think there is a unique opportunity for industry and other stakeholders to collaborate for improving the quality and the representativeness and the overall value of real-world evidence early on, so that one can actually use this data potentially for regulatory purposes, but at least for the HTA purposes as quickly as possible. The HTA regulation has already entered into force and will be expanded. And we already see that there is a requirement for to provide evidence against several comparators, which makes it very difficult for the industry to satisfy that. So better quality of real-world evidence will be indispensable in order to provide the evidence that's needed to allocate resources in the most optimal way around Europe.
Thank you. And then finally, Eleonora, do you see this new regulation changing the way that the regulators interact with other stakeholders, or do we continue with the way that we do it now?
I would say that it's not a matter of different collaboration, because occasion like today is a forum for collaboration, and the regulatory tools that I mentioned before are also occasion for collaboration. What should be changed for the regulatory side is the way how we communicate, because sometimes the message that the regulators deliver to the stakeholders in order to use data for regulatory purpose is not understood by the stakeholders. So we have seen a lot of times how, especially with innovators and researchers, the message is not clear. So I want the take-home message from a regulatory perspective is that in this collaboration, in this occasion, we have to be try to use a different communication register. I mean.
All right. I don't see any hands raised for questions. Do we have anything from the audience here on site? We are 2 minutes left, so there's one question. I will take that one on the back of the room, please.
Yeah, sorry, Sergio Contrino. Actually, my question is on the slide that it is a question for the Commission and probably Professor Alessandro as well. Is a sort of niche, but regards the legacy clinical trial data that in the new EHDS seems is probably will be probably lost because there is no consent for secondary use. So I don't know if there is any comment on this.
Does the Commission want to take a question on the data categories?
Yes. Just to clarify, so in the EHDS, data from clinical trials that have concluded are actually covered. So they will be made available as well. So they'll be firstly classified in the catalog and made available upon request when they are finished this legacy. So they are covered. Indeed, we do see value. We knew that it may have value for some reuses, which is why we included it. So, and the fact that they relied on consent to be collected kind of doesn't apply. It has been a regulation. It proposes to other legal frameworks that were leveraged at the time of collection or that may be applicable at national level. So bottom line is that they will actually be a possible source of data to be reused for reuse of data.
Okay. I think was there another question from the audience still? No. So the next event is the group photo at 12:45, and I know how important that is for Peter, but I will still give the fireside chat participants the final say before we go there. And I want to continue what Eleanor said about the final take-home message. And we have talked a lot about the regulations, and in regulations, it's very European way to try to put everything there, but still we fail, of course, to put every important things in the regulations. And what I heard from you earlier is that, for example, we might need a new data set where we collect the prompts and the reward data. We need constant collaboration from the citizens on that. The community of practice or the health data access bodies would need to be active participant beyond the regulatory activities. You said, Pero, about the federated open standard data sets are not required by the ESDS. There's no requirement for putting data in OMOP or OpenAir or so. So my final question is on the take-home message of what should you go and you do beyond the bare minimum from the regulations? What would be kind of like the most important things to do that is not required but is necessary for the ecosystem to flourish? And we would start with the regulatory side. And Eleanor, please.
1 million question.
I think that still dialogue is the key. Peter said collaboration, but dialogue is fundamental to collaborate. And as you can see, the regulators are smiling face and are friendly people. So just come to us and from the beginning, from the dialogue, and not at the when the development is already started, but from the beginning, we can collaborate only with dialogue.
Thanks. And then Melpomene, please.
I think we need to start thinking more about the motivation and the incentives of the various stakeholders on how we can really create a way to share the value of all this with all stakeholders. I think there is still a lot of mistrust, and I think it's been mentioned already. It's not necessarily the patients who do not trust it. I do believe that it is a broader mistrust or unwillingness to share data or to think about creating value out of the data because people don't know what this may lead to. I really like the idea of the collaborative initiatives that was mentioned earlier, and I think there is work to be done, possibly also being inspired by something from a very different sector, which is music, and it's the collective management societies that have been created to share the value among the artists. So that might be a model that we have to think about in order to create models to share value with all the stakeholders who contribute, and therefore create the incentives for this to go forward.
Thanks. And Pera, please.
I love to be technical, so I will double down on the idea around the federated approach. I think that we have to build on the success of Darwin EU. I think we need to take in consideration that these OMOP CDM national models are already there. They already can be used inside the HDS. We know that our national model that we're building in Croatia will be one of the most important resources that we will provide to the researchers, to the national health data access bodies. So I would like to give that as the takeaway message to build the federated network based on the open common models, data models, and the standards as the future of the interoperable health data in the EU.
And finally, from the patient side, please.
Yes. For me, it's important to know and to make clear what the societal value is of this innovation, not just for the patient, but for the whole society, what it can bring. And for the patient, I think it's important that the communication is clear and precise, but also precise, but very clear. And I agree that patients want to share their data, but they want to know what is being done with it and what purpose and what can, and that they are being answered what is done, what the outcome is from all the research, so that they have the value of getting the research, the data.
Thanks. I think we have 5 minutes over time, and we are taking time from Peter's picture, so I think we need to close. Thank you so much for
a round of applause for the panelists and the speakers, please. Welcome back. We're just starting now after a good lunch, I would say, in the EMA building in Amsterdam. People look calm, they're all awake, and they're looking forward to our afternoon. We've got a session on building connected medicines data ecosystem, and then we have the medicines regulation Dragon's Den, but I'll tell you about that later. So for session 3, I'm very pleased to introduce Karen Grondal and Hilma Hammond, who will be the co-chairs. Just a sentence or two on Karen. Karen is Business Development Manager at the Swedish Medical Products Agency. She's been there a long time, so I won't say what date it says on my little bio in front of me, but a while ago, where she's been a pharmaceutical assessor for biologics and biotechnological medicinal products, and later head of registration and information management. So thanks, Karen, for supporting us today. Your co-chair, your partner for this session will be Hilma Hammond. Hilmar is head of information management division here at EMA, where he's been since January 2020. He arrived 8 weeks before our global pandemic. I don't know if your move was anything to do with that. And previously had been director for business informatics at the US Food and Drug Administration before coming to this side of the pond. Now, I notice in your bio that you're not a computer scientist by background. You're actually got a degree in chemistry. So that's an interesting for a man who's head of, well, actually, both of you got a scientific rather than a computational background, interestingly. Now, but I thought the audience might like to know that it says in his bio, and he swears he didn't share the bio, but it says he was awarded Fed Health IT 100 Award 3 years in a row between 2018 and 2020, and the Fed Health IT Innovation Award in 2018. Now, what I want to know is why he hasn't got any awards since he arrived at EMA. But maybe we'll take that for another session. So Karen, Hilmar, over to you.
So thanks a lot for the introduction. And maybe he will get an award today as an applause after this session, I suppose. We are going to focus on building a connected medicine ecosystem. And we have heard about the legislative ecosystem. We have heard about DREAMS. We have heard about new legislations coming on in different areas. But here we want to focus on the first strategy, the data strategy in EU. And Georg will take us through that later on. So it's really a way forward to use this strategy, I think, to reach those goals and those dreams and those nirvana we have talked about earlier today. So let's hope for that. And also in this context, we will talk a bit about the use of master data as one of the major pillars to come through with these dreams. And I mean, we have different languages in the EU, as we know, and one way of coping with this is to use the master data and the spore data. So that will be Ahmad to present on that later on. But that was my remark. And before we start.
Yes, so also very happy to be here and really looking forward to the session. We can talk about the lack of awards in the coffee break. So especially looking forward to our two speakers, Ahmad and Georg, because I think what we will see here is how we go from theory to practical implementation, or said differently, how we go from the data strategy to value for patients. And I think this is what we're all really interested to learn about. So high expectations. And I think we'll transition to the first presentation.
So I will then present our first speaker, Georg Virtumeris. I've known him for long, not as long as I've been here, but quite long. And he's an IT director from the Austrian agency, really trying to use IT to make use of IT for business, which I really, really appreciate. He is also supporting the ISO IDMP implementation in different ways. For example, having been topic lead in the Unicom consortium earlier, hopefully going forward in the joint action on that. He is a member of the IT Directors Group and also of the EU Network Data Force. There was an old one, the steering group, NDSG. So please, Georg, looking forward to your presentation on this strategy.
Thanks, Karin, and thanks, Hilmar, for the kind introduction. Welcome. We have a quite interesting session together with Ahmad, and I'm happy to start. And I try to click, but it doesn't work. So I take the keyboard. Yes. In IT, we are used to workarounds. So for today, we will start with a very interactive point. So I will kindly invite you to give some insights from your thoughts. And we will then also end with a very interactive part where we will have some very interesting and I think lively testimonies from some of our stakeholders. And at the end, I will try to give you something to take home for Christmas break. This keyboard. So first of all, I kindly invite you to hear from you. We prepared a question and a Slido screen, and we ask you to think about this question here and to reply in just one word. One word, very difficult, I know. Please go back to the to the question. Maybe we can keep it here. So the question is, in one word, what data aspect matters for you and your organization the most to achieve this vision? Just to repeat, the vision of the network is trusted medicines by unlocking the value of data. I think this vision was also stated in one of the beginning presentations today. So it's the vision that we in the network agreed. Thanks for the first replies. The Quality Working Party likes this answer. I think we continue some more seconds. As we can see now, the trust begins to grow. And I think quality and trust is something that is really going together. I'm not, am I? Oh, so I keep silence. So I'm saying something neutral. It's not moving so much anymore. So maybe your last input.
2 people typing.
2 people. Yeah, you see it above. That's great. Yeah. Oh, another 5. Thank you. It was kind of risky to do such a survey because it shall underpin why we need this data strategy. And if we look at these terms and the words that you replied, I think it's a real justification why the work on a data strategy is useful. And I think we will see in the presentation in detail what I mean with this. Thank you. Please continue typing. The end result will go into somewhere, I don't know, but we will keep it and discuss it in the groups. So if we continue with the presentation, insights on the EMA data strategy. This is a picture I presented, I think, 1 year ago. I will not go into details of every arrow, but what you see here in this medicinal product data flow for Austria, you see we have data creators, we have partners that are using data, we have partners that are enriching data, we have data partners that do decisions on data, and also some partners who publish data. And this means in this data value chain, it's a quite intensive collaboration needed to make this efficient. And what we also see, and this was new to us in the Unicom project to realize this, we do application forms at the beginning, and at the end, we do cross-border prescription cases in the e-health environment. And maybe I was not aware about this. If you have a simple application form, what this results in at the end of the day. And this is a new thinking, bringing together creators, enrichers, users, decision makers, and consumers of data. And to make this happen, I think we need a good collaboration. And this needs a strategic vision, how to collaborate together and common goals. Other topics that we identified that needs to be tackled. And I'm pretty sure you are searching for data sometimes. For sure, during the crisis, the COVID crisis, we all were searching for data to do proper decisions. If you find it, then can we trust the data? Is the quality at the right level? We maybe do not know who is responsible for this data. If there are any questions, then we have difficult to solve issues. Also due to different working standards and structures, we all are different organizations. We have different traditions, different habits, and we don't know the processes of the others. And what we can think, if you remember the process flow, this is really time and administrative consuming. So manual processing takes time, it's costly, it's error prone. So there's something to do in the shared vision. This keyboard. Apart from this problem thinking, there are new, let's say, opportunities around. And I think if we have a joint strategy, we can make more out of that. So the first building block is ISO IDMP. It's our common language, how we describe medicinal products, so that we understand the same data element as our partners in the process flow. Underpinning the EU implementation guides, so the European implementation of the worldwide ISO IDMP standards. And third, not paper, real IT services. We have SPORE, our master data management approach in a network where we can consume controlled terms and master data for our business processes. So all of that is considered in this new EMRN data strategy. And this data strategy shall support, and hopefully it supports, the transformation into a data-driven regulatory ecosystem, like we heard from EMA Cook in the morning. We tried to discuss, first brainstorm, discuss, and then agree principles and strategic objectives that I will present in a follow-up slide. What is covered? We do not cover all the data around the world. We cover regulatory submission data sent by marketing authorization holders or applicants. We cover the topic with substances, product master data, organizational data, our dictionary of organizations taking part in processes of the network, and referentials, controlled dictionaries. We also think about and cover spontaneously reported adverse drug reactions, and we also consider the clinical trials data. There are many more data universe around, but this is the focus of the current data strategy. So which principles did we agree on? First of all, it's very important if we have data, the data is accessible. This sounds very simple, but some data is confidential, some data is classified. Not every data element is for every partner in the network, especially when we think about our data that comes from industry. Not every other industry partner should see the data. So we need this accessibility. Data is managed. We know where the data comes from. We know how data is updated. We know when data will be deleted. This leads to the next principle. We are aware data needs to be safe and secure. This means we need to have not only trust in quality, we need to have trust if you offer data to the network, then it's in a safe place. The data is an asset I would like to point out at the end. Ethical use is something that needs to be considered. We do not, in this context of data, we do not have so much personal information. We mainly focus on, let's say, medicinal product. When we come to see this, personal information is also there, but we, from the beginning, consider ethical topics. To efficiently use data, we need to find a way to describe the data that is in there, with common vocabularies and definition. And this is also one example. In other words, no more free text. We really rely on catalogs that you select, that is translated in different languages, and that computer systems can exchange between each others. The data asset and data sharing, I think this is the value of Europe. We have so much data around. Let's share it. Let's make it accessible and shareable to all of us. And then the last principle, and I think the most important principle, and also supporting our vision, is data is not just effort, it's an asset. But sometimes we need to understand the treasury in our IT systems. There are many shared objectives in this strategy document, and for the sake of time, I cannot go into all the boxes, but I'm pretty sure that at least 1 to 3 boxes are also relevant for everyone in here. Maybe with different, let's say, importance, with different priorities, but there are objectives that are of interest for everyone in the network. And we group this into a governance topic. This is following the principle of data is managed in something that you replied in this Slido, data quality, and I personally really think if we do not achieve data quality that is needed for use cases, we will fail. But we also should be aware different use cases require different level of data quality. Not every use case needs the golden standard, but some use cases do. Interoperability in the Network Data Steering Group, we also have a work stream on that so that we can easily exchange, because manual typing, interpreting, calling someone, what do you mean if this data doesn't work anymore? The catalog and metadata management, I think, does not need much explanation. It's the SPOR. This is our joint environment for that. Education, training, education about data is something that we need to emphasize. And we also had some discussion on analysis of data so that we make most of the data that we have in the network. For this, we asked some of our colleagues, and some are here, and I'm really thank you for participating in this. We asked our colleagues about their feeling on the need and what are you doing with this data strategy document apart from reading and putting it beside. And I'm very happy to play these testimonies, and please enjoy the show.
The European Medicines Regulatory Network data strategy is a major step forward for patients. For the first time, we have shared European vision that makes patient data high quality, interoperable, secure, and used ethically. By connecting data from trials, health records, registries, but even patient-reported data, regulators can make faster and stronger evidence-based decisions. It also enables responsible eye use and cross-border collaboration critical for rare diseases. Above all, it builds trust, ensuring patient data is protected while improving care, research, safety, and public health.
Hello, I am Martin Kaiser. I'm a professor of hematology. I am a clinician and a clinical trialist. On behalf of the European Hematology Association, I am very excited about the new EMRN data strategy. This strategy appreciates data as a living asset. It highlights the importance of trusteeship that is focused on data quality and interoperability. But most importantly, it aligns the short-term single-use focused value with the long-term patient-focused value of data. In my view, it opens the door to a much more sustainable, patient-friendly evaluation of future medicines and devices in Europe.
Hello to everyone. Why does network data strategy matter to me as IT director? Simple, because it's an opportunity to modernize IM systems, giving us room to improve 4 fundamental aspects: data quality and alignment with the SPOR and the European health data space, interoperability, cybersecurity, and finally, legitimizes investment in artificial intelligence and advanced analytics to support consistent regulatory decisions. Thank you.
As a NICTAC member representing the NCA IT directors, the new EMRN strategy is essential because it gives us a shared direction for how we build the digital foundation of the network. It provides clear principles for data governance, quality, interoperability, and security, several areas we NICTAC advise on and align across the NCAs. It gives us essentially the guardrails to develop a coherent and future-ready digital foundation for the network.
Data strategy document strengthens data quality, interoperability, and sharing data across the European medicines network. Proper IT functionalities, structured medicinal product data are important for CMDH because it improves consistency and efficiency in national MRP and DCP procedures. It enhances safety and supply monitoring through better shared data and enables more data-driven, agile regulatory decisions. It supports a shift from document-based to evidence and analytics-based regulation across all member states.
I'm Adrian Van Oven, Director General of Medicines for Europe, and I'm pleased to highlight the importance of the EMRN data strategy, which is vital for the EU healthcare ecosystem. By prioritizing high-quality, standardized data and maximizing interoperability, we empower a much more efficient regulatory network. Leveraging artificial intelligence and advanced analytics, this strategy will drive robust, evidence-based decision-making, strengthen supply chain security, and ultimately ensure faster, more sustainable access to essential medicines for all European patients. Thank you.
It lays the foundation for consistent high-quality data across the regulatory network. Its principles around quality, governance, and interoperability is embedded into Novartis' ARI data strategy, which makes it a pillar for compliance and operational efficiency. Aligning with ISO IDMP standards and leveraging on MDM approach, we accelerate submission, ensure faster regulatory decisions, and quicker medicines to patients, which for us is the real impact.
The new data strategy is an excellent example of collaboration between the human and veterinary sectors, and it shows that, despite different regulatory environments, our data are closely aligned. Especially the One Health approach makes it essential that we link our data and work together. The new strategy, which is fully compatible with our veterinary big data and UPD strategies, ensures quality, security, and ethical use of data. For our veterinary use cases, it will improve data availability for decision-making, accelerate scientific assessments, and enable innovative data-intensive technologies. Ultimately, this will strengthen public and animal health protection through more efficient, data-driven regulatory processes across Europe.
As the Chief Technology Officer of Austria's National Electronic Health Record ELGA, I'm pleased to highlight our long-standing and successful collaboration with AGES. Their medicinal product master data enables semantic interoperability for our e-medication and e-vaccination services. Exchange of trustworthy, high-quality data between regulators and e-health organizations is increasingly essential. The data strategy provides key guidance by defining shared objectives and principles, supporting more standardized data exchange across Europe. We look forward to further strengthening this connected medicines data ecosystem.
European Medicines Agencies Network can be very proud of its data strategy. Its clear vision gives direction and purpose and empowers the value streams to deliver the digital products that transform data into value.
Thanks so much for listening to this, and thanks for all the contributors. And in the preparation, we were thinking to reduce the number of testimonies, but I think it's really good to show that we reach out to many stakeholders in the value chain, and it was a promotion of this data strategy document. And I think this was a good idea at the end, but you can give feedback. For take-home message, I'd like to summarize this. So these common principles and objectives will help in achieving consistency and trust in data across all EMA partners. And the trust was one of the words that you also found in the word cloud at the beginning. In improving efficiency and interoperability, reducing duplication and effort, I think this is something that we also heard from the videos, that this is a high interesting topic and a high priority topic for working together. Strengthening regulatory decisions with high quality, reliable evidence. It's not that we think we don't do this or we haven't done this the last years, but I think it's a new opportunity to include more data orientation in these processes. And this at the end and finally will then lead to accelerating innovation. We can identify new information in data and patient benefit through better use of data. But this is theory, and please apply it, read it. Christmas time is coming. Consider it, and please, we will have, of course, another version of this document. Write to us for any of your questions. There's room for improvement, like in every first version of a document. And this is the address, nsg@ema.europe.eu. I thank for your attention, and thanks for being invited for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so now moving on, it's my pleasure to introduce Yes, no questions, right? We go straight to. We move on to. It's my pleasure to introduce Imad Torki, who's the Deputy Director for the Medicines Evaluation Board in the Netherlands. And Imad Torki joined the MEB not so long ago in 2022. And he leads the national and EU policy initiatives, regulatory science, veterinary medicines, and efforts to improve medicine use. And that's why you see him in a lot of groups, a lot of very active. And as such, he serves as a strategic advisor to the Regulatory Optimization Group. And he's also a member of the Network Data Steering Group. And Imad is going to talk about medicines master data for smarter regulation. So I think we go from smart to smarter. So that's good. So we're already smart, hopefully. And over to you, Imad.
Thank you, and also pleasure. And I don't have videos. I think it was so good, and it was not too long. I can tell you, it was very nice to see. And I think we could have stopped with with this session after the videos. It shows a broad stakeholders perspective. So a few slides for me. It was also set up more as a pitch, I think, and also, like you said, Hilmar, smarter regulation. But let's deep dive into it. And I think for me, the starting point, and also from where I sit, is always our EMAN's, our network strategy to 2028. And there's a lot to unpack in this one sentence. Also, it looks very short. It talks about the life cycle of data. You see it, generation, use, exchange, but it also talks about legislative initiatives, like we've seen also at the European Commission presentation. But at the end, it's all in support of that, well, key thing that we do is European decision making, and I think that's the core and the heart of our day-to-day activities. So this is a starting point, and the metaphor I always try to, as a non-technical person, try to use for myself is medicines or data are like travelers, right? So the destination may vary, but the person and the identity has to remain the same. So I think that's very important to have that. I call it identity management, and I also used like the example. I have a 6-year-old. I recently had to renew his passport. I can tell you, the picture looked very different in that sense, and also his height. So I think also there a little bit of data qualification. Although my wife wouldn't like me call my kids data qualification. And getting a passport is one thing, but getting through an airport is another thing, and independent of your destination. And I like the bottom part, basically, and I'm sure many of you have that experience, whether you would like the left one or the right one, with regard to how fast we can move based on the data, and perhaps also the optimizations that we have of the systems, the infrastructure they have, but also the people then running that infrastructure behind the scene. So that's a little bit the core of my presentation, will be then to reflect on these two aspects with regard to product data master. So I think at one hand, the regulatory, and I think we've heard a lot of that already, but also the health system. And again, also touching on your point, Georg, it's about fast pace, but also with fewer errors in that sense. Whenever people touch something, there's bound to be something going wrong, or like you said, somebody calling to validate some data. So that's the two aspects I would like to reflect on. And I think here the use cases, for me, it always comes to the life cycle, but also basically the day-to-day activities, starting from the examples you gave from a regulatory operations perspective, but also from a regulatory case handling, and also the life cycle, I think, of the products itself. So allowing, I think, also feeding the business process we have, and to have better integration of the data, and hopefully also to automate processes. We have examples like the e-application form you mentioned, the EPI we've heard several times, but also looking at the future, like how we deal with variations, for example, will be very important to see how that will resonate. And also, I think some of the obligations, well, obligations may be a strong word, but the things we have to do in terms of shortages and pharmacovigilance, and also the advantage that product master data will bring there, that we know what what kind of products we're talking about and can basically have that informed discussion and decision making. And it's not only the work that we do in terms of the licensing part, but end to end again here in the full life cycles from development all the way to commercialization, everything that comes in between from regulatory safety, but also the clinical trial management activities, basically guiding the compound from the first development stages all the way to the end. And I think this was also, you referenced the data strategy paper. I will be referencing the medicinal product master data recommendations that we as a network had published in May of this year. And I think also it's a very foundational work and piece of publication that we put out there, really outlining the thinking and some of the principles that we see behind the further development of this product master data. On the right, you will see the ultimate strategic goal, right? Having a unique shared repository of trusted data, I think is a key word in this sense, in support of the life cycle that I'm talking about, and also have this unified entry point. And some principles, and I think there's many, it's a very rich document, that we see the PMS in this sense, product master data, as the source for all products in Europe. Obviously, we'll not reach that from one day to the other, so there's some transitional steps enabling the single submission. And key, I think, also for us and as a network was also to look at what we call data validation or data qualification. From now, we call it data qualification in how we know what we have in our systems, in our databases, and how that can be unlocked and make sure the value it brings can be utilized. And the site center is very important. One site will not fit all in terms of also national authorized products. And this is something we've been also working on very diligently, also with the regulatory optimization group, and also in support from industry to get some thinking around this. So just to give an example of this piece of data qualification, is the challenge that we see is that we have approximately, looking at the PMS when it comes to MRP, DCP, and national products, around 300,000 products that are valid in the database. But how to make sure, and are we assured as a network that we have consistent data both between, the obligations we have from PMS or Article 57 versus perhaps the national databases we have. And sometimes these can be static databases with a long-term legacy from many, many years ago. And I think also before, moving also the legacy from the paper reality always to how we are dealing with the regulatory operations nowadays. So we've been looking at that, not that we're going to qualify 300,000 products at one go, but taking a subset for manageable cohort of products and try to identify what are the key challenges and to estimate the efforts to qualify PMS data on certain elements, determining the granularity of key elements that we find in there, and try to also then to have some actionable recommendations, hopefully in Q1, to have a better insight. Basically, what is the state of play and how much effort will it take to bring it up to the level of par to make sure that we, like I said, we can also unlock the value of that also in support of some of the reflections we heard today in terms of the health systems. And this is the second part, like I mentioned, next to the regulatory part, is then to allow also here not to have these data sitting in our databases again as an archive, but to have that also as a public source, external facing also in terms of the development later of the medicines web portal in a broader sense, but also the use cases we've heard around consistent digital prescribing, dispensing, and the key word, and I think we've heard it in every session, every presentation already, is the European health data space. And I had a few slides, but I think we've heard quite some good detailed presentations also from the Commission. So this is just a summary, I think, from the slides Jerome already had presented around, some of the key objectives of primary use, secondary use, and the electronic healthcare system. So I will skip this for time's sake. But it gives you, I think, very good that the work that we're doing on the regulatory side and also in terms of trying to get, the recommendations in place and the work to do to prepare and the transition that we're going through, that it will also benefit, hopefully, moving into the timeframe of 2029, to be able to also to use that for some of the broader legislative, but also public-facing and patient-facing use cases that we see. And this is, for me, bringing it all together. So what is data? What is, master data? And it's, for me, it's really around these pillars at the end of the day, about delivering better care and the accelerating of innovation, trust in the regulatory data that we have and that we could free, basically, and unlock, and trying to align that across the health systems. And underneath that, you will see some of the examples I've already mentioned here, just to give, I think, more of a coherent overview of the different pieces, bringing that together. For me, the takeaway, as you, Georg, because for decades, I think we've been regulating medicines very well, and we're putting them in our paper archives and later in our digital archives. But now I think we also are in the stage of regulating the data behind them as product masters. I think we should not be storing it in filing cabinets, but it's a living system. I think it's also mentioned in the introduction, and also part of shaping public confidence. So thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much for your both presentations. And the strategy is really there for helping us to reach our goals. There were a lot of information coming out from there and a lot of expectations from this strategy, I would say, and then some practical examples. But are we having any questions to this gentleman? Come on, put up some questions from the audience.
Well.
Oh, you're really a silent audience.
You can send in videos if you want.
And do we have any slide or questions? Yes, we have one here. So, Hilma, you can take this.
Right. So, not sure who wants to go first. Question in Slido. It would be very helpful to have further elaboration on this statement that of the different users. No, that different users of data requires different levels of quality. Can you elaborate on this?
Yeah, I start and so I think the one of the use cases is data in Article 57, for example, had the focus on pharmacovigilance. And pharmacovigilance, as I learned, I'm a computer scientist, very business oriented, is mainly on substances level. When we now look into the regulatory use cases, when we do application forms, pack sizes, etc., it's a different quality level that we need. It's not, the substance is still very, very important, but more additional fields are coming into the game that are important for regulatory use cases. Another example is we do e-prescription in Austria. So we have our habits on data elements. We work together with pharmacies, etc., for years. Now, when we do cross-border prescription, we need to understand cross-country what the pack size means. So this is another level of quality and definitions and interoperability that's required by different use cases. I hope this answers the question from my side.
Thank you, Ahmad. Any thoughts? No. Okay, maybe Karen, you want to go next?
So I want you to be a bit more active. Maybe you can think about some responses to a question I have here. Well, we do build on this. So how can we build together a better connected medicine data ecosystem? Are there any immediate gaps that you see in the data topics that we are working on and that you can identify? So taking home lessons with us back home, maybe to this or to the network. So what do you come to think about? What gaps do you see? no gaps. We are fully perfect. No, there are some gaps there.
I think before we talk about collaboration, so in this case, we must collaborate among the stakeholders, the NCAs, EMA, and also industry, because the data is across all of us, but we need to have like a pipeline, no, and some kind of data flow, no, which complies with all the requirements we see on the screen before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have any other things from the floor? That will be on slide or otherwise, but any other things in the room? Now, so let's do a Slido.
Yeah, not picking the most popular question, but one I'm very interested in. Maybe Georg can share his views. How can we accelerate full adoption of SPOR across the network? What is needed?
Thanks for this question. SPOR has 4 letters and 4 different topics. I think for the O and R, we are already very mature in the network. We are used to that. With the O, we know the challenges, but
What we stand for?
Organizations and referentials. Thanks, Peter. The substance are currently all the member states are mapping and are using the substance. Thanks to the HMA substance validation group, we reached a high quality level that is needed to map to the substances. And for the P, I think this is the topic where we need to accelerate how to make more and the most out of joint shared product master data. And one thing is what Ahmad explained is this feasibility study where we learn how is my data in relation to the data in PMS? Does it match? Are there mismatches? If there are mismatches, what would need to be done? And I think if we have this feasibility study report in Q1 26, we also can think, okay, these are the topics where we need to accelerate, and these are the means that we need to being fast in the adoption of PMS. I hope this is helpful.
Thank you, Georg. And maybe I could add something. I mean, Rico earlier talked about the veterinary side and the UPD. In the UPD, it is the national authorities that feeds the data. And EMA has also then been very helpful in the qualification of the data. So we needed to use the SPOR terms like S, O, and R. On the human side, it wasn't really the case before, but now going into PMS, industry uses these data to have the products in the PMS. Now we're talking about qualification and making sure that the data used in our national use cases, they come from our national databases. We need to ensure that the data is the same in PMS and our national data systems for future uses. There will be cross-border, there will be different. There will be, as we have heard earlier today, a lot of use cases coming up. And for doing that, yeah, we need some qualification, as Ahmad said, but also we as national authorities, we need to take also more care of using and mapping our data to O, R, and S. And we're on our way, and we need to accelerate that across the network, and that is quite obvious. And then we can do this exchange of data and checking, and we will reach the interoperability level earlier. So this is ongoing, and we will, from a network perspective, and as presented earlier, we will hope to come up with some ideas on accelerating the use of SPOR data and how to reach out to the network and help from different perspectives. So that was just adding to the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Karen. There's another very interesting question, a very relevant question, and that is about the harmonization on expertise, I think in both IT and also data management, to really be prepared for, fully adopting PMS. So, Georg and Ahmad, maybe you can elaborate a little bit of what are your thoughts on how we can get the national competent authorities on board, both on the IT as well as the data management side?
A big check. That's the first. No, but this is really also linking on some level also to the previous discussions in that sense. It's also about the investments that you need to make. And the honest story, this will not be easy. I think let's not paint a picture that we will do this next year and then we're going to done. It's going to take a while of investment, but it has to be consciously taking this decision that we see the vision as a network, and the discussions we're having at the HMA level, and hopefully for the IT investments also with the NICTAC and the portfolio and all these players in the governance. I can give also perhaps also the data, because it's also investing not only in the infrastructure but also in the people. Like you said, it's about people being able to handle the data. And I like to give an example of our agency as part of our strategic business plan for 2028. We've also outlined the now buzzword already, data-driven working, right? And as part of that, and we also are going to implement a new document or workflow management system next year, is also to have like data ownership better embedded within the organization, that we actually appoint certain types of data to certain individuals who are then actually ownership and try to invest in their development, but also to have a better grip, because data is a fluid thing in that sense, because if everybody's responsible, nobody's responsible basically. And that, I think, what we have seen in the last year. But now if you can say person X, you are responsible for some of the governance and strategy discussion around PMS or the substances, you have a more focused discussions also within your agency in driving that. But yes, I think the challenge, because I think every national agency is on a different level, both from an IT perspective, but also from a data perspective. And yeah, I think that's something we have to take into account in the design, like you said, Karen. Also national requirements for some of the data elements next to the volume of products. That's something we have to work through. And like I said, maybe also the legislation will be helpful to some extent, hopefully in the next days coming out, but not easy. That's my main message. Thank you.
Perhaps to add on to this, there is a joint action which is now planned.
Yeah.
Which is now planned, and we will have 2 more days in Utrecht about this, where now I think 30 partners from nearly all member states in Europe are interested to join, and this joint action will also support that all member states are ready for ISO IDMP, are ready to understand FHIR. What is this? Oh God. So there will be joint action funding for knowledge ramp up, for knowledge sharing and dissemination. One work package will be about IDMP implementation in national IT systems, because we are on a different technical level in Europe, like this question shows. And we need to achieve a certain level where we can play together. So also this joint action will help.
Thank you very much. It was a difficult question to answer, but you did a good job there. So the next question, could you please provide estimated timelines for having all information on PMS? I don't know exactly. You have to interpret the question yourself. Please.
Yeah, I think we both are not the PMS project team, but as you know, there's a timetable for industry to enrich PMS. This was extended to 2026-27. You will find this in the published documents. So from my perspective, when I read this question, never. Because the term all means it's a stable thing, but data is not stable. There will be new data elements, there will be changed data elements, there will be new business rules, different requirements. So this came into my mind. But for estimated timelines, please contact EMA team and ask for publications.
Can I jump in on that? I'm not, even though I'm EMA, I'm not going to answer the question on the date, but I quite like your answer of never. But my reason for never is slightly different. Once we have, once we go up to the next level in terms of product master data for all products authorized in the European Union, and for that matter, products in development, products being submitted for marketing authorization application, the use cases and the potential benefits are enormous. So the rollout of those use cases or the uses of product master data, I think will go on for years and years and years, bringing, I hope, more and more benefits to patients and stakeholders in general.
And I have a dream You know, I'm working on the application form, and the dream is that you can do this variation inside data that comes from PMS. Just that you're used with your profile editing in your web programs. So you see the product data in the application form, and you just change the data element that needs to be changed in this scope. I think this is something we really can achieve before we retire. And I think this is a way forward to make regulatory action more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just so not everybody gets some new ideas in their head, of course, within some remits, what you just changed in your application form in PMS, it comes with a new legislation. It will be a change without assessment, but some will also need assessment, even if you do it in the application form and directly using the data from PMS. I just want to clear that. So normal kind of low-level expectations, but definitely a smarter way of doing and a better way of using the data, I'm sure. Thank you.
So the next question actually broadens the topic a little bit beyond product master data. It goes into the overall quality data. So the question here is, in order to avoid gaps, is the network engaging in SPQS, that's the ICH M16, to make sure it is aligned with the ECTD version 4 and also the ICH M4Q implementation? And I know, Georg, you're going to play a role there.
Hilmar, can I just ask you to decode that? Because I reckon 10% of the people in this workshop will understand those acronyms, but 90% won't.
Yeah, so there's basically a new effort under ICH. It's called the Structured Product Quality Submissions. And that has to do with the module 3, and it's really about trying to structure what comes in largely as PDF documents today in the dossiers. So it's a very important effort. Of course, everything ties back to substances, to medicinal products, but there's a lot more data on the quality of the product. And I think it's an important question. So maybe, Georg, if you have a view, because I know you're going to be involved.
Yeah, I volunteered for this, and I think it's a very interesting topic because it will link the structured data thinking into our dossier, which is still PDF paper. So I just checked my calendar. There will be a kickoff meeting, internal EMA and the two partners from the NCAs in December. And if this meeting would take place in January, I could give you more details. But so far, yes, we are involved. There are two people from the network that will work together in the ICH groups.
Okay, so now I have, thank you, Jörg. Over to you.
As a member of the Network Data Steering Group, I follow the discussions on the data strategy with much interest. One term was not mentioned yet in this session, and this is responsibilities of EMA. And I understand implicitly that there are many responsibilities and changes with regard to this. What would you call, from your perspective, the most heavy one, legally or just from the effort? Thanks.
In the aspect of data qualification or data manipulation, or
yeah, choose what you want. You are presenting a strategy that covers many areas. What is missing from my perspective is where the most work, the most heavy lifting is coming. Thanks.
So I think once we have agreed a data flow process from the application form, from a variation, from some kind of industry gives us some information into PMS, I think this preparation, how this process should look like and which tools we need and which additional guidance we need, this is the heavy topic. Once this is in place, I think it's a regular work, but coming there is the most effort. And the responsibility for us in this aspect is to think out of the box, to make it leaner, and to, let's say, trust each other when we agree which role which partner will have. And we are working on this for years. And I think now we're coming into the stage where decisions will be necessary to achieve this. Yeah. And in the daily life, it's the most effort. Do what we agreed that you do, and make this in the quality that we agreed.
Thank you so much for presenting this strategy and everything that you're already presenting during the day. It's really an impressive piece of work that is being done at EMA and by the stakeholders. So I think we need to really congratulate everyone on keeping up with all the developments that are happening so fast and that are so difficult to keep up with. My question is related to the One Health approach, because we have been talking about human medicines and we have been talking about veterinary medicines, but we are not really talking about how do we intersect these two areas. And I wanted to ask you, how can we work on not fair, but fair principles for data that also follow a One Health approach, and what can be EMA's role on it? Because, for example, in the fifth, I hope it's not the wrong number. I think the data forum for veterinary that happened this year, we were discussing a lot about epidemiology and surveillance and how to respond to threats, including zoonotic threats. So I'm wondering what can be the role of EMA also working a little bit on that area and ensuring, for example, common language between sectors.
Thank you. Fantastic question. Anyone from your side, or should I ask you? Maybe you try first, Georg or Emma.
I can say something about One Health, because it's a topic in our agency and I think in many agencies, and it's the health risk assessment, environmental risk assessment, for example, that we do, where disciplines come together and jointly look from different perspectives on the assessment topic. And of course, the antimicrobial sales and use collection, where we work together based on UPD data collected by EMA and doing reports and plan measures.
Yes, thank you. What immediately also comes to my mind is the One Health approach you mentioned and the antimicrobial resistance problematics that we all know and face. We also know of the work that the CMP is doing in the ADRA project, trying to find new dosages, new waiting periods for antimicrobials. We also know that it's painstaking. It takes a lot of time. And in my mind immediately pops up, what are the advantages if we could join forces, the human knowledge of artificial intelligence, data collections, and the veterinary field to work together on these problems? I think that there's a future ahead.
So thank you for that. Time is almost there for coffee, but I think we do one more question or two. Let's see. So can we dream about one central entry point for dossiers and data populating EU systems, PLM, PMS, CTIS, where also national health authorities and other stakeholders, NB, HTA, can connect? Wow, this is a dream. Sounds like a dream, at least, but Hilmar, maybe you will have this one.
Maybe this is when he earns his award, everyone.
Working hard for it. No, I think it's actually a great idea, and it is indeed something we have been discussing. And we've also had a survey around this topic, especially on the central entry point for dossiers. There seems to be interest, I would say, but again, it's not the same for every NCA. So we see a little bit of spectrum, but definitely something we will continue discussing and seek more opportunities for shared systems, shared data. Very good question. Thank you.
You will not get an award for that. I will just come back and add, we have some difficulties in the national data providing. So let's come to the dream later on, but it will not, it will not be tomorrow. But I think we should still dream and hopefully get there. So thanks, Hilmar. Let's do one more then. One thing is collecting data and other to make it accessible. Are you planning to use AI search options to more easily retrieve information? And how do you ensure cybersecurity? I think Georg is the one to.
Yeah, I can report from at least 2 meetings that I attended where use cases were identified in the network, and information retrieval was one group where many use cases were reported. I think the network is aware, and I think industry members and you all are aware that you have so much information in your IT systems, and that AI can really help to identify something new in this and to help and being fast in this. So there are many use cases. So the answer is yes. And how do you ensure cybersecurity? Because it's element of the planning. We need protected sandboxes. We need protected environments. We need risk assessments before we put some context into large language models, for example. So it's part of it. And I'm pretty sure colleagues have not forgotten about this.
Maybe just a short remark on that. I think you've made a really important point. And I think as those, and we acknowledge the excellent work at the workshop and the transparency through the observatory report. But one of the key questions that consistently arises from a developer's perspective is, how are regulators going to be deploying AI for their assessment and regulatory purposes, but also in terms of using our data. And as you contemplate this use cases, and that's what I meant this morning, if you can begin to set the example globally, can we really be very thoughtful about how we have the engagement opportunities? Because as you say, Georg, I think those guardrails and having an understanding of those guardrails is really critical to success here. So really appreciate the thoughtful remarks.
Maybe just on behalf of EMA, just to acknowledge that point. Clearly, with greater use of AI tools, not just in drug development, but also in regulation, we need transparency. In fact, there's a legal obligation from the AI Act to be transparent about when AI is used in processing and in provision of information. And that applies to regulators just as it does to the industry. So I just want to acknowledge that explicitly. Co-chairs.
Yeah, we're having a little debate here whether we should close the session and thank everyone for their great presentations and really good discussion, or whether we should take another question.
Listen, feel all powerful, dear co-chairs. You decide. I think we're okay to take, probably from a timing point of view, to take another question or two if you want to.
Let's do that then. But I know the coffee breaks are the most important thing in a conference, so we will let you go after this one. But I take one more then. Is there consideration for the EU network and the different capabilities of those actors within the network? Smaller agencies not having resources or capacity to be able to progress and stay aligned with EMA. And I think, Ahmad, you touched upon it. Maybe you could take a bit more on this.
I think you mentioned already the joint actions. I think this is always very helpful to get the resourcing to do things. I think Helmer, you also already mentioned, I think moving into shared systems, infrastructures is very helpful. And I think this is the struggle, leaving no one behind, like the popular phrases in this context, is how we can keep the smaller agencies with us in terms of their expertise and their systems. And even the big ones sometimes have hard keeping up with the right expertise and staffing around some of these key issues. So I think it's a joint discussions we're having, and I'm sure from the IT, I think also looking at Pelle from a NICTEC perspective is also a topic. I don't know if you would like to reflect on this also, but it's a debate, and it's also a national debate. Sometimes you'll have with your ministries when it comes to the appropriate funding. I don't know if you have some NICTEC reflections, Pelle.
Well, what I can reply on is that we recently made a survey among the NCAs on their technical maturity, so to say, and we see there is a clear need for more collaboration and more clear, let's say, sentiment for having more common systems. But it also implies we need to find some other ways of working as well, and I think it's a long journey.
on this
Oh,
one.
listen, I love having the last word.
I know.
Well, I just want to chip in on that one because as a good European civil servant, it allows me to make a comment that we're better together as Europe, aren't we? If we want multinational clinical trials and we want to be attracting industry to Europe, we need big multinational clinical trials and we need to facilitate that. Think of Darwin EU, some of the power of Darwin EU is drawing from data from multiple member states. So we will be much stronger and much more impactful if we act as Europe and support the different member states. Some will bring things to the table with one particular issue, others to another. And collectively, I think we're very, very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. That was perfect words to just conclude this session. Thank you very much, speakers. And thank you, Hilmar, for being here by my side. And thanks, everybody.
Now, we have a coffee break. It's a great pleasure to welcome you back. And to those online, welcome back to the last extended session of our annual data forum. We are then going to enter our Session 4, Evidence Generation for Regulatory Decision-Making. What if we were only just beginning? And I'm very pleased to introduce Christian Karlsson, Senior Assessor in Pharmacometrics at the Swedish Medical Products Agency, and importantly, the Vice Chair of the CHMP Methodology Working Party. Well, that's equally important. It's not more important than your work in Sweden, is it? And also to Stefan Thurstrup, who is the EMA's Chief Medical Officer. Now, these two characters, because of their characters, have been chosen to be co-dragons. They're rather fierce. They keep people to time, Flora, and they will introduce the session themselves. But beware, because they're quite fierce.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction, Peter. We'll see if we can live up to it. So we're switching gears now a little bit and talking about what type of evidence we can see, what type of data and what type of methods. And just to start off the session, please use the Slido if you have any questions. Just as we've done for the previous sessions today, we will take all the questions towards the end of the session because we have 7 pitches coming up. So we will be a bit fierce on our time management. And I think with that, I hand over to Stefan to setting the scene for this.
Yeah, many thanks, Christine, and many thanks, Peter, for introducing us as dragons. We will do our best to be dragons and not drags only. So this is about evidence and evidence for decision making. And to get to that evidence, we need good data and we need methods to get there. Randomized clinical trials is obviously still a golden standard. We are working on elevating real-world data into real-world evidence and use that for our decision-making. But data could come from many other places, and it could be, and I'm pretty sure now I put you on the spot, Francois, patient experience data, and I take the opportunity here to flag that we have a reflection paper out for consultation on patient experience data, end of consultation, end of January next year. All of you have, by showing up here today, promised to look at that paper and give your comments. You didn't know that, but now you know. And other kinds of data. So this is now an opportunity to polish the crystal ball, look into the future, what looks most promising in terms of new kinds of data to inform our decision-making about pharmaceuticals and other medicinal interventions. There will be 7 pitches. It may not be elevator pitches because we're giving you 5 minutes. So it's maybe the Tour Eiffel elevator we're talking about here, but only 5 minutes. And to Peter's point, when those 5 minutes are gone, we will switch off your microphone. A trap underneath your seat will open and you will leave this meeting immediately. So now everybody is warned. And for those online, we got 2 interventions online. The similar things will happen to you, of course. We no distinguish here. So please keep the time. And you know, you can see people already starting leaving. So we need to keep people in the room as well. So without further ado, without further threats and intros, I will pass back to you, Karin, to introduce the first round of speakers. And I'll keep the time.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we start where we started this morning, so with the patient perspective. So with that, I'd like to present Francois Hoyes, who's a director of the Treatment, Information and Access at the European Organization for Rare Diseases. Please go ahead.
Just started the chronometer. So patient-generated data, and I will start with one example chosen between many, with patient organization that could provide real-time feedback during COVID. It's Renalu, and I first heard about Renalu when I was reading a high-quality newspaper 10 years ago. That was the reference to all the data this article on the cost of healthcare was using. It didn't sound like a typical French administration name. It wasn't administration for this and that, so I looked what it was, and in fact, it was a social network of patients with kidney transplant or enjoying dialysis. And this network now evolved into a registered patient organization. They work with a scientific committee, with nephrologists, statisticians, etc. And during COVID, they run a series of surveys to their members. For example, this first one, and it's only a selection of the many surveys they conducted. They had 10,000 members, a representative sample of patients with kidney transplant or dialysis. And you see the kind of data that they could extract regarding the needs and expectations from people living with these conditions relatively short time after the epidemic had started. And then about their expectations and needs and wish to be vaccinated compared to the general population. And they had always a high number of respondents, and also the numbers who got their first vaccine dose or their second or third. It was really real-time feedback from a large sample of patients. But then the question was, is there more information that they could select, for example, for those who did not respond to vaccines when compassionate use were organized following the recommendations for use by the emergency task force, or some products precisely indicated for the patients who did not respond to vaccines. And that was a kind of real-time assessment on how the regulatory and healthcare system was working to deliver these products to the patients who did not respond to vaccines, with all in all, despite all the mobilization, 2% only of the patients who could access to the product. And they thought that, in fact, the main measures, the countermeasures, the vaccination of the whole population and the mask were the most effective way to protect them. And I think that was a real time lesson that was learned. But if you look at the dates of when all these surveys were run, there was no patient survey fatigue, because they could understand immediately the purpose of the survey and the utility these surveys would have. So to use the patients as a source of data to measure how efficient the regulatory and healthcare systems are in a case of a crisis to protect the most vulnerable population, I think, is a use of patient-generated data that we can discuss further for future crisis preparedness. On the second slide, I will focus more on product development. Patients generate data that they can share with the developers of the technologies to discuss the needs that patients have, which technology can help that are in the pipeline, how to measure effect, etc. And there are different methods, different patient engagement practices for this. So you can read them here: surveys, mixed methods, research, patient-relevant outcomes assessment, goal attainment scanning, etc., community advisory boards, needs project, etc. The next step is once there is a technology that is proposed for the development, that is how to develop it, where again, there are different methods, qualitative and patient engagement, scientific advice to further collect the feedback and the input from patients. When the industry comes to the go, no go decision, again, we think that patient preference elicitation study, and we have cases where this was used right after the PK/PD studies were done, which informed the industry, the company, on which dose to select for the successful development of the methodology of the medicine. For the decision making, there are even more methods and patient engagement practices that can be used to again continue collecting the views of the patients. Finally, the
time is running, François.
And that's the healthcare systems where data can also be used. You see, there is no blank, so no excuse. There is always one method that can be used. So to finish, if you have comments, questions, you have two options: the end of this panel, or to respond to the EMA consultation on the reflection paper for the patient experience data.
Thank you very much. And with that, we go to the next pitch, which will be made by Katrien Oud-Dengerink, who is a senior methodology assessor at the Medicines Evaluation Board in the Netherlands. Please, Katrien.
Yes, thank you very much. As you all know, trials are often expensive and challenging to conduct. More so if we focus on trials in small populations due to the rarity of the disease or to achieve more personalized treatment in subpopulations. Still, randomization remains an important advantage as it creates groups that are at baseline only differ with regard to their randomized treatment. Even with advances in availability of real-world evidence, causal modeling methods, and AI, randomization remains often challenging to mimic reliably. Therefore, there's a need and an increased potential to explore smarter and more efficient trials. Examples of innovative trial elements are trials adapted based on interim data, trials augmented with external control data, trials leveraging real-world data, platform studies with a similar protocol and similar infrastructure, trials using AI to support trial conduct and outcome evaluation, and trials using digital tools to capture endpoints remotely. And those elements can be used standalone or in combination. I realize I combined various elements, so I'm not very precise, but key benefits of those elements could be trials of the right size for reliable evaluation with fewer patients suboptimally treated. A broader patient population can be included with reduced participant burden and at lower cost. One type of designs I want to highlight specifically, and that are randomized designs which combine with real-world evidence elements. Trials and real-world evidence are still a bit different worlds, to say so. And combining trials with real-world evidence have the potential to have both the advantage of randomization and capture the data of real-world use. Examples are registry-based trials, pragmatic trials, trials augmented with real-world data. Key benefits of those designs is that they leverage existing infrastructure and have the potential for longer-term data collection. They better capture real-world population and conditions of use in a real-world setting at a reduced patient burden. There are also key challenges. The real-world data set needs to capture relevant safety endpoints. Often the standard of care is heterogeneous, the timing of the visits is irregular, and as we already heard today, the data quality can be problematic. Another issue is that the real world is not the same geographically and dynamic, so if something applies to a real-world setting in a specific setting, it may not be generalized to another setting, and it may also differ from the trial setting. How can we enable innovative trials? Well, in summary, innovative trials combine the advantage of randomization with efficiency and reduced patient burden by using innovative methodology and leveraging data external to the trial. However, innovative trial designs elements should be selected carefully to generate the level of evidence required. As already discussed this morning, an efficient design that is in theory most efficient might not reach its objective, might not reach its objective sooner in practice. This morning, the analogy was mentioned that, well, in theory, a Ferrari is fastest, but if you use it in Amsterdam, you may not reach your goal quicker. That's also the case because innovative designs come also with more complexities and a bit more uncertainty. So innovation in itself should not be the goal, but can be helpful in specific settings. And to unlock the potential of innovative trials, to my opinion, more exchange and collaboration is needed. Also, I think a team from today, between the trialists, real-world data holders and regulators, between experts in trial design, causal modeling and artificial intelligence, and with the patients. And to conclude, if you vote for innovative trials, these will combine the advantage of randomization with leveraging the other data types and the new methodologies that are also discussed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and very timely as well. And our third speaker is Janaki Raman, who is a scientific officer at the Virtual Physiological Human Institute, the Society for In Silico Medicine and Research. And he will talk about organoids and digital twins and synthetic data, very much buzzwords. So we're looking forward to know what they're all about. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. As the title says, it's a lot of words. I'll try to do some justice in the next 4 minutes that I got. As we all know, and I've heard the whole day, that we need a lot of evidence sources to arrive at our decisions. It starts from in vitro, in vivo, animal experiments, or human, or all the way up to real world data is all we need to make sense of the evidence that we need across the drug life cycle. Of course, there are some new kids in the block. The one that I'm trying to talk about in a couple of minutes, organoids and digital twins are two that I will focus in the next 2 slides. To start with, organoids are nothing but cell cultures, but the unique point is they are 3D cell culture in a controlled environment. I would like you to focus on the bottom half of the slide where the cells are seeded in a well and they are given a controlled environment and experimental setup is run where they mature on to cartilage organoids. So they are self-organizing, and over a period of 21 days, you end up with cartilage tissue here, starting from cells. These are human cells, and that's the significance they have when compared to other sources of evidence. The one on the top is a microfluidic system, which we call as organ-on-chip, made for a specific purpose, where we also have an hydrogel in the middle. So now if you focus on the middle part of the top row, on the left-hand side where the letter B is, the cells are seeded, and then in the middle sits a hydrogel, and the right-hand side is again a medium. Over a period of time, with the right environment, for example, introducing growth cultures, co-cultures of other types of cells, or different growth environment or pressure, these cells start to react. And on the last column is what you see is a lymphatic matrix that has evolved over a period of time, and they are color-coded. The body of the cells are in green, and the red corresponds to the nucleus for the coding on the DNA. So why are these significant? Their purpose could be for screening of drugs or repurposing. Sounds like futuristic, but this is already somewhat feasible. For example, in cystic fibrosis cases, where there are drugs that are approved by FDA and EMA are not effective enough in a small subpopulation, then patient-derived organoids could be used to experiment which drug would be best to repurpose than do a trial and error on patients. Of course, these have their own challenges. For example, reproducibility or standardization is still an evolving process. There is work ongoing on automation so that we can scale, but also cut down the cost. So now I will move on to the buzzword digital twins. Sounds like something new, but not. You might have been already familiar about computer modeling and simulation, which has contributed to pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamic assessments and regulatory decision-making for some time. It's very much the same. The use of computational models to do response or to understand the pathophysiology across scales. What digital twins uniquely offer is that they help you integrate the data from various sources. Throughout the day, we talked about data collection, data access, but how are we going to look into the data all in a common environment? And digital twins could be a potential solution where, for example, the one that you see here shows the inhalers. The 3D anatomy comes from imaging, but then the simulation of breathing comes from modeling, and further the deposition of the drug in the lowest region, how good it is, can feed onto a PKPD modeling and vice versa. So you can go from micro to macro scale and have them all make sense to you, that we can integrate these data across scales to offer personalized predictions. Of course, the value of this is we would be able to transform data into actionable insights and conduct in silico clinical trials. Finally, to conclude, this might sound like data is always now seen as the one thing that we need, often referred to as the black gold. But what we forget to analyze or understand is, just like oil, we need to process data. And in silico tools like digital twins, including artificial intelligence, are a means to contribute towards this processing so that we can make sense of the data and add value and insights for us to act on. Thank you.
Many thanks. Now we turn to the next presenter, which is Inkelaida Nikai, who will talk about AI in clinical trials and real-world evidence, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present here. I'm representing the UCOP Association while working for Sanofi as head of real-world evidence for Sanofi. So I was asked specifically to share with you in these few moments what are the opportunities of using AI in clinical trials and real-world evidence. And starting here with the opportunities in clinical trials. And by the way, just highlighting here that I'm talking here about the broader set of AI technologies and not GenAI chatbot. So here we can see the opportunities starting from patient recruitment, where AI can identify eligible participants from large, complex data sets, accelerating enrollment and also improving diversity. This can continue throughout the journey of the clinical development, if you want, to protocol design, where AI could help optimize trial protocols by simulating scenarios and refining endpoints. And then, as I want to make sure that I stick to my 5 minutes, I will not go in depth into this slide. I'll move to my next one, which is the area that I'm particularly have experienced, talking about the opportunities of using AI in real-world evidence. And here I would like to start saying that we have tremendous opportunities in the future of expanding, and we already heard about how we can move from clinical trials in using real-world evidence and observational research differently. So starting with data access, AI can help harmonize these diverse data sets and extract structured variables, improving completeness and quality. Moving into study population development, AI can support endpoint operationalization by validating definitions against real-world data and aligning them with clinical trial standards. Moving to estimates and target trial emulation, AI can detect confounders, latent structures, and strengthen causal inference. Finally, we can use machine learning as a subset of AI, machine learning models, to enable and enhance estimation of outcomes and propensity score using methods more specifically such as targeted maximum likelihood learning, TMLE, for robust causal inference. I would like to take just a few moments on the status of AI on the very corner of the diagram there to say that while data curation is well established, the use of AI for endpoint definition and co-founder identification identification is still emerging, and enhanced estimation is promising but still evolving. In conclusion, AI can offer accuracy, scalability, and efficiency in generating this type of data in complex observational research. I'd like to take my last 3 minutes highlighting a use case that my team at Sanofi has been conducting a research on a use case using machine learning for target trial emulation and causal inference, fully aligned with the JAMA target statement. So in this slide, you can see how we can actually, we had the opportunity to use the machine learning methods within the context of target trial emulation during non-interventional study, during a regulatory submission for an investigational agent in a disease area that has very high unmet need, namely chronic graft versus host disease. As you might know, for those of you who are familiar with target trial emulation, there are this is a two-step process. First, we need to start with a target trial specification. What is the ideal randomized clinical trial that we would like to conduct? So we start by articulating our causal question as a protocol for a hypothetical randomized trial. This protocol specifies step-by-step the key elements from eligibility criteria down to the very last step analysis plan that define the estimates. And this becomes our key reference for designing our real-world investigation. So on the table that follows target trial emulation, this is what we did as a next step. We mapped each component of the target trial protocol to a precise operational definition and corresponding analysis using real-world data. You might wonder how you can have real-world data for a regulatory dossier. This was a specific case because this product was approved elsewhere. So we're used to use data from the country where the product was approved to generate this real world data in order to emulate the target trial that you have on the left side of the slide. So what is interesting to highlight here is that in this specific study, we use machine learning, more specifically TMLE methods, on those components of causal contrast and analysis plan. On the last far end of the slide, you can see that the potential use of AI/ML can be much larger in other components, but our specific use case that I'm referring, we use two components.
That is 5 minutes.
Time? Yes. Okay. So to conclude, AI offers a lot of promises in real-world evidence to support informed healthcare decisions and personalized care. We can see that large language models can unlock critical insights from complex healthcare data with the potential to better leverage target trial framework and more closely emulate target trial. We can see as well, we mentioned about the importance of data, but also the methods are critically important, and machine learning can have a key role to play to help reduce bias, improve handling of missing data, and enhance regulatory confidence in causal inference. Thank you.
Many thanks. I hope we have the next speaker available online, Ebony Dashiell Adje.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I'll give you the floor to talk about digitalized clinical outcome, behavioral, lifestyle, and mobile health data. You got the usual 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak with you guys today, even remotely. Just to dive right in, digital health technology endpoints, digital biomarkers, and mobile health can unlock faster evidence generation, provide more sensitive measures of patient benefit, and give unprecedented visibility into real-world effectiveness and ultimately faster patient access. The stakes are high, but we've risen to the challenge. Digital innovation has gone from concept to concrete reality. And in just a few years, there's been an explosion of new pathways to get digital technologies and measurement strategies into regulatory advice, qualification, and approval. At the same time, global partners, including EMA and FDA, have rolled out a wave of frameworks, methodological guidance, and real-world case studies showing how to design and validate technology-derived endpoints that actually work in practice. And thanks to these efforts, we now know sponsors worldwide are developing more than 500 plus digital endpoints for use in both interventional and non-interventional studies. digital measures that are ready to power trials and real-world decision-making. And also technology vendors are seeking to optimize their algorithms and help to bridge the gap between consumer products and research devices to generate reliable and valid health data. Next slide. Digital health technologies and endpoints yield real-world patient-relevant measurements. And these can be more sensitive, efficient, and provide representative data that we oftentimes lack within the confines of the clinical trial context. And this improves the quality and speed of evidence for regulatory and clinical decision-making. This slide is the proof point that digital health is no longer experimental. Hundreds of validated endpoints, global consortia, and formal frameworks now sit behind the growth in this space. On the left-hand side of this slide, Maury's Project Moneyball example shows DHTs, or digital health technologies, improve two key levers within the clinical trial context: who we recruit and how we measure. So we get more true responders, clearer signals, and higher probability studies. And better patient selection and outcome accuracy means that we can run trials with smaller sample sizes, shorter follow-up, or stronger p-values, freeing up resources and time for more innovation. And these digital endpoints aren't just for tightly controlled phase 3 studies. They're being deployed in decentralized models, registries, routine care, giving regulators and continuous insight into real-world outcomes. When you look at the 505 digital endpoints I mentioned earlier, these are being developed across therapeutic areas, ranging from neurology and cardiology to endocrinology, rare diseases, rare genetic conditions. Wearable and near patient sensors are generating continuous physiological signals, from gait dynamics and heart rate variability to glucose patterns and sleep architecture, translating signals into validated digital biomarkers and clinical endpoints. 60 to 70% of these endpoints are being deployed in phase 2 and phase 4 studies, with a growing proportion qualifying as primary endpoints, not secondary measures. And this represents a fundamental shift in how we measure clinical benefit. Data from fitness and activity trackers also, including also nutrition and logging apps and digital therapeutics, they're being combined also with traditional COAs and biomarker data to provide a far more complete picture of treatment impact on daily routines, adherence, self-management behaviors, and long-term risk profiles. Next slide. So in conclusion, we have the science. We have infrastructure, we have pathways, we have global collaboration. Now we must standardize, harmonize, and embed digital health technologies in research to deliver faster, precise, patient-centered clinical data and real-world evidence. And how do we do this? We have present and future enablers that will allow this to happen. We've seen a marked rise in collection of continuous information actively or passively in the real world, making more convenient and accessible to all in Europe and global markets. We've seen increased interest and efforts to enable evidence generation in interventional and non-interventional studies. We have advancements in technical validation efforts to drive precision and efficient operations worldwide. And we see an increased global collaboration between researchers, sponsors, regulators, developers to advance the science in real time. Ultimately, global harmonization is within reach. And as we see global alignment emerging amongst regulators, we see these initiatives converging into common principles for validation and use, which is the future of drug development. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ebony, and also thanks for keeping the time. It gives an extra point for the end. So we turn now to Professor Munir Pir Mohammed in Liverpool to talk about personalized medicines data, including omics. Over to you, Munir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Apologies, I can't be there in person. And thank you for the invitation. So at the moment, product information is basically based on populations because we use data from randomized controlled trials to be able to determine the efficacy and safety of medicines. Unfortunately, when I'm seeing a patient in my clinic, I'm seeing the individual and I have to extrapolate data from the population to that individual. In most cases, we do a relatively good job, but we could do a better job if we had more data relating to that individual person in the clinic. So we really need to move towards from populations to individual, and these kind of omics data provides us with the opportunity to be able to do that. Next slide, please. So pharmacogenomics, which is study of variation in the genome and how it affects your drug response, is in the lead. But nevertheless, there is still a lot of work to do in pharmacogenomics to scale it up, to make it available to the European population. And in 2024, we had a workshop at the European Medicines Agency looking at pharmacogenomics and where we need to go. And this paper has just been published in Nature Reviews Drug Discovery. And there are many recommendations in there. The first one is to optimize the availability of pharmacogenomic information for approved medicines, informing pharmacogenomic guided treatments. In addition to pharmacogenomics, there are many other things which are coming through, and enormous amount of data is being generated every day in this area, in the omics area. Polygenic risk scores are coming through, and some systems in some parts of the world are already starting to use these. For example, people have developed polygenic risk scores which highlight which patients should be started on statins earlier, even though they may not have clinical risk factors, in order to be able to improve their outcomes in terms of cardiovascular disease for the long term. Proteomics is also, the technology in proteomics is improving all the time. So at the moment, we have occasional proteomic markers in drug labels, for example, PD-L1 for immune checkpoint inhibitors. People have done some studies which are showing that perhaps a 7 protein signature may actually be better predictor of response instead of just using PD-L1. And things like that are moving along. So things are getting more and more complex, and nothing sits in isolation. So if you look at multi-omics, we're using multiple omics technologies. At the moment, it's very much in the drug discovery space, but it is likely to get into space which will require changes to product information in the future. And finally, we need multimodal algorithms. Clinical data and the omics data don't work in isolation. They need to come together in multimodal algorithms. And those are also being developed in order to be able to improve patient outcomes. The critical issue is what kind of evidence is required in order to put data like this into product information in order to then impact on clinical practice. Clearly, in some cases, it may be randomized control trials or the innovative designs that you've heard about today. But in many cases, it may not be possible to do randomized control trials because of expense, difficulties in being able to implement these kind of genomic technologies within a randomized clinical trial setting. In which case, we will need to use observational data sets. But it is important when we do that, you get replication, and then follow through the outcomes from that implementation in real world data as well. Having a learning health system will be important in order to make sure these kind of omics technologies do the right thing at the right time for the right patient, for the right outcome. And clearly, some of the other technologies which we talked about, AI, digital twins, etc., all integrate with regard to omics in order to be able to improve things for the patients for the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Monia, both for keeping the time actually below 5 minutes and also for reference in an EMA network co-publication. That gives 2 points to you in advance. We're looking forward to the discussion. The last speaker is Flora Musuamba, who wear different hats among a professor in Namur and also heavily involved in modeling and simulation and the methodology working party here at the EMA. And Flora will have her 5 minutes of fame talking about model and simulation. Over to you, Flora.
Thank you very much. What a challenge. So, but my task here is made easier by the fact that we have already heard about modeling and simulation actually today, so many times. So I will just be wrapping a little bit this presentation just to say that modeling and simulation is sort of a basket, where you would put everything that is related to using sort of computation, calculation to elevate data to the level of evidence. So what I will be trying to do here is to present modeling and simulation as a methodology that will be used with several types of data to address several types of questions and try to put some emphasis on the impact of all of that. Of course, I will not be comprehensive. Don't blame me. Blame the chairs and the 5 minutes. But I will try into giving you some example of the use of modeling and simulation. The first I would like to cover is what we call mechanistic model. These are the kind of models that will be using non-clinical quality clinical data to try to understand the mechanisms that are driving drug efficacy or safety. There you will include PBBM, physiologically based pharmacokinetic, quantitative system pharmacology, and to some extent, some of the population pharmacokinetic and pharmacodynamics. The data used there, several kinds of data, quality, non-clinical, in vitro, in vivo data, that might be combined to clinical data. This is what makes them interesting because they can streamline the decision-making. One very impactful application of that was covered by Yanaki here. These are supporting implementation of 3R, for instance, in the non-clinical setting. The second categories of model I want to cover here, I don't need to sell them. Biostatistics model, clinical pharmacology model. We all know them. We cannot do without them. Time to event variation, I'm not paid to talk for them, but just to tell you that this is also part of modeling and simulation. The way we see them, this is what is supporting our current regulatory decision making. The models that are less covered, less sold, actually, and unfortunately, these are the disease progression model. The model that kind of describe the trajectory of the disease. We have all seen the power of this model during the COVID outbreak because it was based on the model that the vaccination scheme was decided. And these models actually are epidemiological models. They can be pharmacometrics model. For now, we have seen the application in the context of sorry, I'm now going the wrong way. Oh God. Yes, we have seen their value in the context of COVID, but this model actually can be combined. This is the beauty of that. They can be combined to PKPD model to, for instance, predict the outcome of trial. We have collected the data during 3 months, and we can project what can we expect from this drug after 1 to 3 years. And this is a very fantastic kind of application of modeling and simulation that combine clinical data, non-clinical data, epidemiological data, and can be used as a powerful tool, for instance, in the context of clinical trial simulation. We have heard about synthetic data. We have heard about e-health data. All this kind of data can feed actually this kind of disease progression and modeling and drug effect models. So one of the most selling application of this is clinical trial optimization. And a kind of model that is very close to my heart. These are extrapolation models. These are models that can be helpful for small population, the way we call them. Subgroup of population, we have heard about pharmacogenomics in the previous presentation, but think about children, think about rare diseases, this kind of population where traditional kind of data generation cannot work. So modeling and simulation can help there to also have, safe and effective information in that population. From a data perspective, these models are also interesting because give you the opportunity to have cross-disease, cross-population, cross-drug data leveraging. I will conclude now saying that modeling and simulation is not one tool. These are collections of tools. Today, we can use them in the context of drug development, use post-marketing monitoring. But what is interesting now is that we have entered the phase of integrating this data, integrating this model to feed up the decision-making. So we need to take advantage of the newer methodology, AI, machine learning, digital twin, etc., etc. So integrating different type of data and modeling and simulation can help for that. And I will conclude saying that given the high impact, I hope, I have highlighted here of the modeling and simulation, we need to make sure that we are getting the right model. We need to make sure that the models are doing what they are claiming to do. And this is where we come in the picture as regulators. We need to have the model right. Model evaluation is key. Thank you.
Many thanks, Flora, and also thanks for keeping the time here. So, yeah, fairly okay. Yeah, Peter will give you a medal afterwards. So, and also thanks to all the other speakers for keeping the time fairly nicely. So now we have seen 7 examples of other kinds of data sources and way we could think about utilizing and working with data. And I'm pretty sure that could be most likely 100 or other cases we could come up with if we had had the time and had 5 minutes enough for all of them. But now it's up to you, the audience, to go to Slido, and then we are going to have the voting. Now you are the dragons of the Dragon's Den, who's going to vote on these. Where you're going to put your savings for the future, where you put your money on what will be the most promising, and they are not completely equally comparable stuff. But let's have a look.
Can the speaker vote?
Yes, of course. But not on your own. So you have to put them in, you have to vote on them, giving them numbers. So put them in the order you want to see them.
Stefan, just to say, my grandmother used to say to me, this isn't about winners and losers, it's just about who wins the most, okay?
And to be honest, Peter, you didn't disclose the prize. And participants online are, of course, also welcome to vote. I can see we got 39 votes so far. And I can see still people are struggling with the QRC code on their phones.
Just an interesting reflection while people are expressing their views is that to some extent this is about maturity of the science in regulatory decision making, isn't it? So it's very difficult to place these different approaches side by side, but some are more established and therefore more familiar, and therefore people are perhaps more comfortable with them.
Can we make it to 75 votes? Oh, 3 participants, 74, 75. Maybe we can, please continue voting, but maybe now, Catherine, we're gonna reflect a little bit of what we see. It's a fairly close race, I must say.
I mean, at the moment, it's looking like the bottle of champagne has to go to Liverpool, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can just transfer some money to you, Munir, so you can buy the champagne.
He wants to save us on posting, then push something else up. Yeah.
Yes, the champagne is most likely going to the personalized medicine and including the omics. I've been to many. I'm not neglecting what you said, but it is to some extent also a buzzword, and I think you added meat to the bone by including the omics perspective in this, because I think what is personalized medicine, it could be many different things, but the omics approach to this and how can we combine different data sets, this is what it's all been about here. How can we leverage the power of data, not only one type of data? And I think having better insight to better understanding of the diseases and their backgrounds by genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, biomarkers, and so forth will enable us to hopefully develop more targeted therapies, and maybe even maybe also identifying at-risk populations at a primordial state where you then can intervene with preventive therapies, which puts us as regulators on a challenge, because how are we going to approve those products where we may need to treat patients for 5, 10, 15 years? You cannot do a randomized clinical trial. How are we going to generate the data that can convince us regulators to approve such a product? So I think it's well deserved that the champagne goes to Liverpool.
And maybe just a comment from my side. we talk about salami slicing, particularly when it comes to orphan designation, and to some extent, there's some overlapping concepts here. I think of patient experience data compared to digital collection of data, compared to the innovative clinical trials incorporating real-world data, which could include patient-generated data into clinical trials. So it could be that we've sliced and diced a bit, Stefan.
You're right, we sliced and diced, and that's another challenge for the regulators, how thin the slices can be of the disease. But maybe, Catherine, some reflection from you as well.
No, I think it wasn't very surprising to see that the most sort of patient-centric topics were at the top of the list, because that's, I think, what we all aim for, to have methods and medicines that are relevant for patients. So, and the other ones may be a bit more abstract, but should also lead, of course, to better medicines for patients. And I also just want to emphasize that they should not be competing, but they should, these methods and the types of data that we collect should all lead to better medicines. So that I know people in the organization group know that I was a little bit concerned with this Slido, just because I don't want to put things as they are competing against each other, but we should all collaborate and collect the most useful data for the topics at hand. And I think that's our main challenge, that we all, or depending on the question of interest, what we want to answer, the quality of the data or the different aspects of data might differ, but we all have access to the same databases. So how can we make the most use of the data that we collect? And I think we've already touched upon that earlier today in the type of registries. And so maybe we should also start to think about what is sort of the minimum requirements for setting up registries, for example, what would serve most people at least. And then we know that we cannot satisfy everyone, but at least that they're, yeah, because we now look back retroactively and people are talking about a lot about real world evidence, it can solve our problem. And then we look at the registries, they don't have the information that we want. And we do not want to end up in that situation in the future. We want to be able to have as informative data as we can, knowing that we have different needs from the data.
So while we still have the 8 contestants on the call and here in the room, I think it's also an opportunity to take a round of questions. And let's start with the questions in the room here. And the speakers are allowed to ask questions to other speakers or themselves if they like, but otherwise across. So please, any questions or comments for that matter beyond what we've been discussing here? And for those of you online, please also, I think we can open a Slido for putting questions as well. Yeah, we got one here, Yingwa.
Hi, this is Jane from FAPA, and I have a question about this output from this exercise, and wonder if there's a kind of prioritization and how is it going to translate into 2026 plan for EMA in this data network plan. It seems like most of the topics is covered in a way, but then how does it translate in timing? Which deliverable will be delivered first, and then as a sequence per se? Thank you.
I think that's probably for me as the co-chair of the Network Data Steering Group. And thank you for the question in coffee break, which made me think about this in advance. This forum, together with the AI forum that we held in November, are essentially our listening exercises, listening to stakeholders from the different stakeholder groups. We digest what we hear. We write a relatively succinct report, which we post, and that report then feeds in and is discussed in the Network Data Steering Group. Whether that's January or February, not quite sure. Because what we will be doing is, it won't be a totally new work plan. It will build on what we've already got because it's a multi-annual work plan. But there may be some additional items coming out of our discussions, or reprioritization or reprogramming in terms of timing. I'll give you an example that happened last year, and it's only one example. I'm not saying it's the only thing that came out last year, but there was a very strong call, particularly from the pharmaceutical industry, that in the area of AI, we would collaborate internationally. And as a direct result of that, we've been working with the US Food and Drug Administration on principles and terminology. And I'm very hopeful that in the weeks to come, we will be publishing jointly with FDA some principles for AI in drug development. So a practical example of how it works.
Thank you, Peter. Any other questions here, or are the energy gradually fading out for today? I don't see any questions online neither. People, they already gone for coffee there, I guess, Peter, yeah. No, nothing is going on online, no. Yes, Karin?
Yes, thank you. I have a rather open question to Munir, and I fully see the potential of personalized medicine, but I'm wondering if we're working fully personalized, how much money are we going to spend on testing?
So thank you. Obviously, depending on what technology you're using, it can vary in terms of expense. But one of the important aspects that we need to look at as we're doing the studies is to have some health technology assessment, cost effectiveness analysis, and to determine whether it is cost effective. And, you know, there are some high impact variants which are already in clinical practice, such as DPYD, for when you give 5-fluorouracil. That is actually cost saving rather than even is better than is cost dominant to actually do the genetic testing and so on. So obviously there will be some personalized medicine technologies which will be extremely expensive and you need that outlay, but nevertheless, if you have a long-term framework to be able to look at this cost effectiveness, you'll find that they are probably cost effective as well. But you know, the cost outlay at the beginning is a major issue, and many governments can't afford that at the moment, and that's one of the reasons why you get slow implementation.
Thank you, Munir, and that may also be an interesting question to answer, you know, before industry goes too far into the development, whether it will be cost effective at all and whether healthcare system want to implement them. Yeah. Good question, good answer, thank you. We got an online one here. Any potential information or plans for drug device combo product data pooling? Anyone here ready to answer that? Peter, can you?
Well, I can always have a go, but let's just see if anybody else comes up first. Okay, in the absence of volunteers, a couple of thoughts from my side. From an EMA point of view, our main mandate is on medicinal products, on medicines, although we do have a little foot in the door because of the expert panels, and it could be that going forward we can build on that. Interestingly, about 80% of the national competent authorities in the member states in the EU have both medicines and devices competency. So it may be there are opportunities at national level to pool data, and that could be a very interesting way, going back to the questions that we had earlier on different member states having different competencies and bringing different things to the table. That could be quite interesting. Last point I want to make is 16th of December, the Commission colleagues are still here. We are anticipating legal proposals on both medical devices and on the Biotech Act, which will touch on clinical trials. We understand from public statements from the Commissioner and from the flavour of some of the public consultations that this interface between medicines and devices is very much on the radar screen of the Commission. So let's see what Christmas presents the Commission comes up with next week. I don't know if you want to comment or if that's pushing you beyond where you want to go, Via.
Unfortunately, the official comment is we have no comment until the biotech is out. I'm sorry.
Listen, you know, beautiful things come to those that wait or something. I don't know who I'm misquoting there.
He who waits will be rewarded, yes. Yeah, something like that. Oh, there's another one here. Thanks for the presentation. Regarding modeling and simulation, that's you, Flora. How do you deal with challenges such as data sparsity and missingness, and how do we address them in modeling workflows? So,
data sparsity and missingness. I mean, it depends. Again, this is very difficult question to answer generally, because it depends on the question, it depends on the modeling and simulation we're talking about. For some older, so to speak, modeling and simulation methodology, they are adapted manner to handle data missingness, and also modeling and simulation, historically were developed using therapeutic drug monitoring data that are very sparse data actually. So in some instances, for some of the questions, modeling and simulation can handle sparse data, can handle data missingness, but for other situations when we're talking about, for instance, model-based bioequivalence or things like that, then we do need more informative data. So very difficult to give a sort of very general answer to this question. Thank you.
I can also add to that is that modeling and simulation should not be a rescue mission. You should, as any other type of analysis method, you should prospectively plan for that analysis. So in that sense, you should not end up in a situation where the data are too sparse to be able to model. With that said, as Flora said, there are models that are sort of designed for handling little information, but it should not be too little to handle. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a follow-up here from the same questioner. Still regarding modeling approaches, if stakeholders were hesitant about model-based decision, what evidence or communication strategies help build the confidence?
I'm a big fan of modeling and simulation, so I cannot understand how someone can be hesitant on about model-based decision. But all the models do not have the same quality. This is what I'm saying and insisting. We need high-quality model. We need to assess the actual value of the model and not just be there to sell the idea of model and having claims that the model can actually not achieve. So if we have high quality models, I mean, the best way to communicate is to show actually application, good examples, success application of the use of modeling and simulation, and that would be more convincing than any sort of speculation, I would say. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Arlett, please.
Yeah, I'm feeling brave. About 9 months ago, some of the leaders in the European Regulatory Network published a paper called Excellent Clinical Evidence. And we outlined a cycle for excellent clinical evidence, which said start with the patient voice, allow the research question to define your evidence generation strategy, embrace the spectrum of data and methods, and then with your results, show high levels of transparency to build trust. And I actually think that's not a bad little algorithm to guide us on our way and would perhaps be a reasonable response to Kevin's question.
So also more about the explainability, so understanding the big picture. Where did the research question come from? How was the model built? What was the thinking behind the model? I think that fits into that circle. Yeah, please.
Directly agree with what Flora has put forth. Model evaluation is key. And one of the strong points of modeling and evaluation is uncertainty quantification. You have a clear VVUQ process, be it for devices or for pharmaceutical products. There are standards coming up, and that will tell you this model is fit only for this question of interest and this context of use with this uncertainty that you still have. So you can still decide to leave it there when you don't have the confidence because the uncertainty is black and white out there. Of course, stick to the context of use and question of interest as any evidences. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further burning questions, I think I can feel some tiredness in the room. I think it's been a really interesting day. So I will.
We've got a keynote.
Yeah. I know there's a keynote to come, so I'm not closing, but I'm closing group 4 here, you know, the Dragons is going to go back into the den and relax. We're going to thank the contestants here. Congratulations to Liverpool for winning here. And thanks both to Ebony and Munir for taking time and joining us online. Thanks to the colleagues here in room to contributing. And then I'll pass back to you, Peter.
Can we have a round of applause, perhaps for our pictures, as it were? And thank you to the Dragons. Now go back in your cave, we'll roll a big stone in front of it and you can come out next time, yes? So thank you. We have kept a little gem for you to close our day. We are going to have a keynote entitled Healthcare Beyond Human Capabilities. Ignacio Medrano is the Chief Medical Officer and founder of Savannah. He's a neurologist by training and works at the Hospital Ramon y Cajal. He has postgraduate degrees in healthcare management and experience in clinical research strategies. He's also a graduate of the Singularity University in Silicon Valley. Is that a real university? Okay, so that's a new one for me today. And is the founder of Mendelean in the United Kingdom and Savannah, as I mentioned, clinical research using AI and electronic medical records. Now, I was giving a hard time to Hilmar Hammond earlier on for having awards and prizes. So let me tease Ignacio a little bit, because Forbes praised Ignacio Medrano, including him of a list of 100 most creative Spaniards in the business world. So bravo, sir, for being a creative Spaniard in the business world. Over to you. So we want to hear about healthcare beyond human capabilities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for giving me the privilege of giving the closing keynote, which is more relaxed and inspirational. So you can relax. The idea is to talk about the future of AI. So first of all, when we talk about AI today, it's very different compared to what we would have explained 20 years ago, and it's very different compared to what it will be in the future. And I like to remind that in a very, or certainly arbitrary way, as humans, we decided that in today's world, AI equals more or less machine learning, but that will change eventually. But in any case, if we want to describe what AI is today, we pretty much have to understand what this new, not that new anymore, computational technique is, which we call automatic training or machine learning, right? And which has been among us since more or less 2012. Fair enough, it comes from the 50s, from universities, but it became mainstream something like 12 years ago, not much more than that. So what is machine learning? There are many ways to explain it. I've tried with self-driving cars, I've tried with chess, but the best metaphor I ever found is the Google Translate, today could be ChatGPT example. And why? Because if you think about it, Google Translate can translate any language in the world, and it doesn't know any of them. It doesn't know syntaxes, it doesn't know grammar, and it can translate any language. And how can that be? It's very simple. It learns by repetition. It learns by cases, by examples, right? And if you think about it, it's not different from what our children do. They learn by repetition, not by rules. And it's much more efficient. So for me, that's a genius idea from these people from Stanford, from Berkeley, maybe from the MIT, maybe from Google too, who thought, why don't we do this? Why don't we transfer to computers our ability to learn by repetition? We call that pattern recognition. If you want to say it fancier, it's heuristics, less formal intuition, but we're always talking about the same. Learning through repetition. So for me, this is the main idea that many people quite don't get, that today AI has exploded because we have machine learning, and machine learning is about giving machines a set of solved problems instead of giving it rules, so that by themselves, they infer the rules in a kind of intuitive way. And that way, it can bring something that we wouldn't have years ago, which is the ability to have computers which are smarter as they see more cases. So computers before 2012 were as smart or dumb, doesn't matter if they had seen 1,000 cases or one case. But computers today, they get smarter as they see more cases, thanks to this way of mimicking human learning. It doesn't really learn, but it mimics human learning, right? So coming back to medicine and healthcare, these two professors One is a professor in machine learning, data science, we call that. So this kind of computational way of approaching statistics, right? At the end of the day, that's all the magic behind it. It's statistics that is solved using a program, coding a program that solves a statistical problem, right? Not much more than that. Okay, so this professor talks to the medicine professor, his colleague, and says, look, this is so much the case that we learn by repetition that I tell you that the pigeons that I use to understand these processes can see malignancy in histopathology slides and in CT scans better than your residents. And they get it right, and they publish it on +1. Why? Because we learn by repetition. And now computers can do it. And since we have so much data, it's no surprise that it happened what we know that is happening in the world, and this is not new, that it's growing exponentially. As of today, in the United States, in the FDA, there are 1,500 approvals, if I'm not wrong, of AI systems across different clinical processes. And if you type AI on PubMed, you will see how exponential this gets. So maybe if I stopped here, at the end of the day, what's the message? Well, you told me that this is very big, it is exploding, but that I kind of already knew it. But I think that this is much more exciting and fascinating than just saying that it's growing very fast and very exponential. And I'll try to convince you why. Not just because I like to remember that we live in a world where AI won 2 Nobel Prizes last year. And fair enough, you could say, well, that's a bit a way of putting it. It wasn't the AI, it was the authors of the AI that won the Nobel Prizes. But you know where I'm getting in terms of what it can do. But also because of what, in my opinion, the biggest authority in the world of medicine and AI says. For me, he's Eric Topol. I'm sure you heard of him. He's the editor of Medscape, a cardiologist in San Diego. And Eric Topol metaphorically speaks about the eyes of the machine. And he's trying to tell us something. So we already saw that this is about learning by repetition, by cases, and that we do this not with classical statistics, but with computers that solve statistical problems or programs. Okay, so what's the name of those algorithms? I don't care, but it's not regression. Kernel networks, Elasticsearch, I don't care about the names as a doctor, but that the idea is that they are there. So what we didn't say is that this machine can see correlations and associations among the variables where we wouldn't be able to see them even if we had 100 years. So he gives us this example, which is the ECG, but it could be anything else, where with machine learning and the right amount of data, we'll leave causality aside for a while, then we can come back to that, but it can see gender, which is clinically useless, but also anemia and cardiac arrest and heart insufficiency, and so on and so on. So the more data we pour into it, the more it will see farther. And the reason why I'm bringing this is because I think this is a kind of a black swan, which is hidden, but it's going to explode. If you look at what happened in the last 3-4 years, we see more and more cases published in top journals where by using machine learning, we are able to use tests, diagnostic tests, to see diagnoses that were not intended to be seen with these technologies, with these windows to knowledge. So take, for example, a mammography and being able to guess the cardiovascular risk. Or take, chest X-ray and being able to tell who has a diabetes, and so on and so on. And the wider this gets, the more we are going to be able to see where we, as with our human minds, will never be able to see. And how do you handle a healthcare system where this happens? I think this is really a disruptor, and it can get as exaggerated as we want. So for example, these people with Google Street View pictures, they could guess the cardiovascular risk of their citizens in that zone. And this is going to keep growing and growing as we get more data. So this is about correlation and association and seeing farther. But that's one level of abstraction. That's one column. We need the other one. The other one is the one that we set by doing the distinction, by setting the distinction between classifying and forecasting. So let's take a very typical case of machine learning, which is, for example, facial recognition, a technology that is already among us, and we give it for granted. It can see faces better than our visual cortex. So it's happening. It's the eyes of the machine, but it happens in present tense. Now, what happens if you go to the right side of the screen? You can take this machine learning group from India that was contracted to predict which teenagers would make it as top models so that they would invest in them. And if you think about it, it's also facial recognition in a way, but it's including the timeline. And the reason why I'm referring to this is because I think there is no difference in medicine, in healthcare. So if we take, for example, breast cancer, and it could be anything else, and mammographies, you're going to have, of course, cases of mammographies assisted by AI, which is not news anymore. It was news 5 years ago, 3 years ago, but now it's becoming mainstream in the Nordic countries, in the UK, and so many other places. And we already know that it's probably unethical not to use AI in the mammography process because it proved it has all the proof points, clinical trials, meta-analysis, and so on. But if we go to the right side of the screen, again, what about this new approval by the FDA of this technology, which tells you if you have a breast cancer and if you will have it within the next 5 years? So generally speaking, we're going to see a situation where we have classification cases or diagnostic cases for healthcare, which are the ones that are always out there in the media, in politics. Everybody's talking about chatbots for diagnosing, but we seldom hear about what we care the most about in this room, which is taking prediction to another level thanks to this machine learning approach. And we are starting to see cases where this is really bringing disruptions on the table. I would like to mention in this regard what the UK is doing by taking the 57 million health records of the citizens of this country, anonymizing them, and predicting 200 diseases, both acute and chronic, at 20 years, which if you think about it, sounds quite futuristic, but it's already happening and we'll see how it goes. But the initial results are very promising. Or we have this new technology by using machine learning by which we can predict Alzheimer at 20 years, which was simply impossible to think about this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. By the way, Eric Topol wrote, aside from this article in Science, he wrote an article in the New York Times which said, now we can predict Alzheimer and we shouldn't do it. Because obviously, for now, we don't have a proper cure. But here, obviously, we're not just talking about what happens bedside, but also in terms of drugs, and we're interested in this. And these two levels of abstraction, classification and forecasting, and the eyes of the machine are, of course, going to be used in assessing and understanding the drugs. So I just brought you a couple of very simple examples where just with histology images, you can predict cancer drug sensitivity, which would be impossible to do by classical means, or you can predict the interaction among drugs. So this is also something that we will apply in the field of understanding drugs. Now, if this is all the case, if we have this power, why is it not happening all of a sudden today and we're done and we're curing all diseases? Well, you were mentioning them during the day. For me, there are like two main reasons, generally speaking. One is, of course, the need for validation. And there we have our colleague Gary Collins from Oxford, this epidemiologist, who says, look, we have to be very careful, and you said it, because the majority of the models don't work. I have an observatory, and I can tell you they don't work, they don't generalize well. But I have to tell you what Topol was explaining in the Lancet, that we learned a lot from clinical trials, and the gap to implementation is not that big, because we have all the methodologies that we bring for drugs, and now we can apply to algorithms. So this is not going to take us 20 years because we know how to do it. So it's a different story compared to where we were with drugs a couple of decades ago. So that will be one thing, validation, very obvious. But then, of course, data readiness. We were the whole day talking about it. And here, what I would like to remark is the idea that when we look at the projects with AI, normally we look at one data layer, like genomics and machine learning, or radiographs and machine learning. But we always had the vision about the idea that these data layers could merge, the models could become multi-layer. And in machine learning, in AI, we like to call this multimodality, right? So when I saw that paper in Nature that says, look, we integrate radiology and pathology and genomics, and we can predict who will respond to anti-PD-L1 in non-small cell lung cancer, I thought, wow, This is already happening, what we expected. We're now mixing data layers and we're getting to the next level. So multimodality is something that we all desire. And that's why all the healthcare providers systems in the world, in the US, in Asia, in Europe, we're all trying to create this. Well, we need a name. Okay, let's give it a name, data lakes. Fine. If you share it, we call it data space. Okay. But the idea is that the chief clinical officer of Mayo Clinic, who is one of the biggest experts, in my opinion, in the world, says you have to go step by step. You have to start with the easiest part. It's never easy, sorry. Images. Then you go to structure, like ICD codes, some of prescription labs. Now, what we discovered after years of experience in creating these data lakes is that with OMOP, as of today, we solve a third of the cases of the evidence generation problems, questions. So you need farther than that, right? You need unstructured clinical notes. And of course, you need telemetry and prems and prompts and sensors devices, phones and omics, which is very expensive. And of course, One Health mindset. And the bigger we make these data lakes, the farther we will get. So this is the vision. And even when the intention and the request of this short intervention was future and what is coming, I didn't want it to put it too far from what we're doing in our daily routine. And I wanted to express the idea that creating these data lakes is at the same time something that we can do by leveraging AI. So we're talking about AI for leveraging data sets, next generation registries, pulling the information directly from the healthcare providers or from other sources, and with those pieces of data not generated by humans but by machines and validated by humans, then we can create the AI algorithms. So we can put AI in two places of the chain, and that sort of clinical, validated, high quality natural language processing is not the future but a reality. And it tells us that there is no reason to do this manually anymore because we have the technology, and it's not large language models. It's pure discriminative machine learning, a technology and AI that we can validate, contrary to what happens with generative AI, which, as we know, sadly, we cannot validate. And why is this important? Well, you know better than I do, because we have this huge amount of phase 3 failures, not because the drug doesn't work, but because we have the wrong population, wrong endpoints, wrong data. So all the information that we can find in the real world data. So I think, and this is just one example, but applying this reverse translational research concept to the data would put us in a different situation in terms of how we design trials. But this is something that we can do with this very specific type of AI that is working today. And that takes us to the vision that my colleagues were mentioning in their interventions, which for me years ago seemed like super far away. Digital twin, when I heard it, was like, wow, this is 20 years. But now when I see how fast we're getting in collecting the data, and of course with all the contentions that we explained today during the day, but when I see what we can do with it, I see that this vision of optimizing and being precise in therapies by pulling multimodal data and predicting with machine learning is not as far as we thought. It would be strange to be in 2025 and talking about AI and not mentioning, at least for a few seconds, generative AI. And here I like to remark that this is a different type of machine learning. Okay, so everything I've been explaining so far is classical machine learning. I don't like to call it classical. I like to call it discriminative AI, because it's what it does. Classification or prediction is discriminating A from B. But then we got this new type of generative AI that doesn't discriminate, it generates, right? And large language models and everything else. And I'm not going to coach you about everything it can do with documents, because you can infer, but looking a bit at the future, which is the intention of this talk. So what we are discovering more and more is that the aim of the technologies behind these models is not to make it more accurate, but it's more interesting than that, is how. So the KPI for them is how many hours can I leave the agentic AI, the autonomous AI, be autonomous by itself, work by itself. So at the beginning it was 1 second, then 1 minute, then 1 hour. Now it's 10 hours, then it's going to be 10 days. So it's a bit like a person. How far can it work without reporting to me? And that is where we're looking in terms of autonomous AI and agentic AI. So when I read Topol in Nature saying that we are going to have this sort of AI companions, so this is not tools anymore, like with discriminative AI. This is not validated tools. It's a different thing. This is companions working closely with us, head to head. I understand where we are going in terms of even having this sort of clinical certification pathway for these medical AI systems. And I guess from here, from this very clinical perspective, it's easy to assume, and you mentioned it today, how this agentic AI can also apply to the work that you do here at the EMA every day. So with this vision is with the one I want to let you today, understanding something that took me 10 years to understand, which is that even with all the problems that we have with interoperability and all the efforts we're doing with regulation and even with expense, the main problem by which I see that projects keep failing today is not asking the right question. Because machines for now cannot do that. And as Picasso very wisely stated already in black and white many years ago, computers are useless as they can only provide us with answers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ignacio, and a great sort of crescendo to end our day on data analytics methods. Very grateful to you for sharing your insights and your experience and your vision. Healthcare beyond human capabilities. Is that tomorrow or is that today, Ignacio? What would you say? It sounds like it's today.
Yeah, that is the question that I like. I think it's the immediate future, is the way I put it. So I cannot say it's today because you go to my colleagues in the hospitals and they tell you, no, it's not here. But you see how this is not going to take us 10 years because everything's ready, everything's set. And so aside from black swans, unexpected events, there shouldn't be a reason why we wouldn't enjoy this in the next 5 years.
So, dear colleagues, we're going to finish in 5 minutes, but let's just profit from Ignacio being here. Any immediate questions or comments anybody would like to throw at him? Please go ahead.
I was very impressed by the entire presentation, but something that really attracted my attention was when you were describing the Mayo classification and how they are doing it already because they have all this data already in a very big pool, right? And I think there are a number of other healthcare systems in the US that can do it, but if my understanding is correct, the Mayo clinics, because it's more than one, are much advanced than anybody else. Can you see anywhere else in the world the ability to do something similar because the data is in one place?
Yeah, thank you for your question. And the answer is straightforward. Yes, China. China are 5 years ahead in time. They are already doing it. They've been doing it for the last 5 years. They have all the data. They're putting it together. They have data science, AI. They're automating. They're predicting. They're doing precision medicine. Everything's happening there.
And this is why the FT was writing about a week ago how the new blockbusters are coming from China.
I didn't know that, but it makes perfect sense because they have the strategy, the incentive, the data. They have everything, and they're not losing time. From the cases of Ping'an or Shanghai are incredible. They are attending 100,000 patients automatically without humans in the loop. It's really another world.
Any other questions, or please behind you, Ignacio?
Well, not surprising questions from my side, but everything that you said applies to human medicine. Are you doing something on the veterinary side as well?
No, and I was very interested in the presentations today with veterinary. I don't see why this wouldn't be applied, but yeah, I think the One Health vision is the right one. We all know why. We've seen the consequences of not applying it, so we're strong supporters of this.
Please go ahead.
Thanks for the presentation, very future looking. I have a question about the European health data space. Do you think this one is going to be the enabler of all those future scenarios you're envisioning, and also vice versa, how this kind of AI development could actually enhance EHDS moving faster?
Yeah, so for us, the we spent 10 years trying to extract information in an respectful way from the privacy perspective using AI for evidence generation. And for us, the European health data space, and I mean, it was the best news we got after 10 years doing this, because it means that now, and excuse me for putting it this way, but it's the way I explain it to foreigners, it is being a good European to share clinical data instead of being a bad European. While for years we had to discuss with many people that thought it was of a bad European to do it. So it really changes the landscape for everybody doing this, and I think it's fantastic news. And I'm really looking forward to see it landed in every member country. Sorry, I didn't quite understand your second question.
So when people say about EHDS, and it seems like it's a huge time trajectory to 10 years. But if you're saying that all those things are going to happen in the next 5 years, we don't even know what's worth like after 10 years. What about the vision of EHDS?
Well, I guess I don't have an answer for how it will exactly look like, but I assume that EHDS will be a big support, but it won't be the only way to do it. If you think about it, with as people doing this, generating AI models using data from healthcare providers, from hospitals, we've survived without EHDS. And as long as you're respectful with GDPR and with privacy and AI Act and so on, there are many ways to try and collect and create the puzzles of data. So I think they will run in parallel.
I mean, I think we can see EHDS as a accelerator, a facilitator, which will make these things more possible in the future. Last question, or is it a point on the EHDS? Marcus, please, and then we're going to close.
Thanks for that very inspiring presentation. Now, I'm thinking from the citizen, from the consumer perspective, all this AI and health data being available. You said that in China there's much more, maybe in US as well. We saw in another business sector, in traffic, we saw these Ubers and amplification of the economy, replacing the regulation in heavily regulated taxi industry in Europe. And I'm wondering if you see something similar for healthcare with the wellness data and people downloading applications that will predict their Alzheimer's, even though we don't approve it in Europe as a treatment, and we are pretty safe in selecting what we kind of like give, what the information we give for the patients. But do we see this kind of amplification of healthcare where the citizens learn more about their health and what we get from the healthcare, and what kind of situations we will have if that happens? Any view on this?
I think that's a very interesting question, because to be totally honest, I think there is a high risk that this happens, which you're explaining. Of course, exactly. That's what I was going to say. This is an opportunity to do it right, but what is clear is that people will find their way. So you're asking if one day we can wake up and we have Amazon Health AI in our phones for 10 euros? Yes, that can happen, with a set of 1,000 validated algorithms in a chain, and then they can refer you to healthcare, to physical hospitals, which, by the way, they are acquiring. Yes, that can happen. And the better we do our jobs, the less likely this gets out of control.
Now, as a good European, I'm going to give the very last word to Vaya from the European Commission.
Thank you. It won't sound like a question for the Commission, from the Commission, though, because Ignacio, I have to say that your presentation was really nice. I really enjoyed it. I found it very informative, but I have to say that I disagree with one of your slides. So I have a bachelor in creative design, so I know for a fact that you cannot predict what the fashion models would look like in 10 years, because this depends on many factors. For example, societal factors. So if you told me 20 years ago that we are going to have models that will weigh more than 40 kilos, I would say, you're joking. This is not happening. But do you think that this could apply also to AI models that are related to healthcare.
Yeah, I see the direction of your question, regardless of the example, and yeah, of course, we're never saying that this is any magical tool that is going to predict everything that happens in the universe, because that is not possible. There's the entropy of how things are would never allow this to happen, and we are going to have always variables that are out of the data set. That's why humans are needed, by the way. So Miguel Hernan proves how we have an extreme power with this machine learning approach because of its power in logic and calculus, but how the majority of what we do in clinical settings is counterfactual thinking, which machines cannot do, by the way. They are trapped in a narrative that has to be present because they only see databases. They don't see causality. They're not in the physical world. That's why it cannot predict everything. But I think that we have to be cautious of not, before saying that something cannot be predicted by a machine, because if it's parametric, if there are variables there, we can be surprised. And this is what happened with psychiatry, where at the beginning of machine learning in clinical settings, people were saying it will never do it. And we see how it was able to predict suicide and save many lives, even when it's very human, very behavioral, but the data points were there somewhere. So I'm not saying it solves everything, but sometimes we get surprises with what it can see.
So we've heard today, thank you, Ignacio, that healthcare beyond human capabilities is in the immediate future. I'd just like maybe a round of applause for our speaker. Thank you. Now, we can predict the future because I'm the chair and I'm going to close the meeting in a second, I predict. I would just like to draw your attention to some of the things we've heard today. Mencia told us that we need to hear the patient voice and leverage patient registries for better decisions on medicines. EMA Cook said that data-driven medicines regulation supports a fast path from innovation to safe and effective medicines for patients. Pero, you talked about the achievements of Darwin EU in unlocking the value of real-world data. Flora, you told us that the patient perspective, this is in your intervention this morning, is key to scientific advice on the development of medicines. Jerome told us that we have a toolbox of legislation and strategic initiatives that hold promise to make the EU a leader in unlocking the value of healthcare data. Mel Pamene told us that she had a dream of a world where each patient records their own health in a standardized way and can compare their progress to other patients. Meryl told us that intelligent use of data can help get the right medicine to the right patient at the right time. And Ignacio, you've told us that in the immediate future, we will start to benefit from healthcare beyond human capabilities. So with those quotes, slightly misquoted sometimes, I would like to thank all of the chairs, all of the speakers, dragons who are safely in their cave now, all of those who have taken part in the room. It was about 100 at our peak. Been a couple of hundred online at different times during the course of the day. I'd also like to thank the team behind me, particularly Francois Domergue, Jolanta Palep-Chietiene, Aina Stasio Niene, and Gosha Durka Grabowska. That's Grabowska, who are the people that make these things happen in a seamless way. So maybe a big round of applause to us all. Now, the concept of missingness in modeling and simulation, I thought was an interesting thing. We're about to all feel missingness because we're going to go home and we're going to miss each other. But it's been a lovely day. I wish you safe travels. Have a great Christmas whenever it starts. And the march towards a fast path to safe and effective medicines continues. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.